couple of them this season. You want to come in, Josh? Yeah, you will. I don't know. I think so. If Storm isn't, can he come out and sit with you? We'll give him a go. Her a go. Oh, yeah.
You take that. Those are three spares. I've got two really decent spares in my bag
Right.
that we'll use first of all, and I just told Phil that, so Phil will go into. I'm going to go out and umpire.
Right.
So Phil knows that.
He knows where they are.
Knows if in the first sort of 20 overs, those are the spares to use.
Fantastic. Thank you. My goodness. Right, we need to get this going, lads. Ugh. As close as I can see. Well, good afternoon and welcome to Barrow Gurney Television, live from Hobbs Lane, as you get ready to watch the Division 4 clash between Barrow Gurney First 11 and Blagdon First 11. So the players are out there. You can see the Blagdon players warming up, which tells you that they are going to be bowling first. Barrow Gurney won the toss. Skipper Connor Jones called right for once and decided to have a bat on this pleasant afternoon, slightly overcast, bit of blue sky about, quite a breeze blowing across the ground, and promises to be a good afternoon's cricket. Both these teams have got a little bit on this game. Blagdon needs 6 points out of it to make sure that they are not in the relegation zone come the end of the season, this being the last week of the league season. Barrow Gurney, well, if they can score 6 points more than Bedminster, Bedminster playing Long Ashton today, then they have a chance of finishing in third place. And then, well, you never know. They've been promoted in third place before, but third place, I think, that was where they finished last season, so that will represent something of a reasonable season, I think. So, should be an interesting game. So I'm joined in the commentary box today by Matt, the Blagdon scorer. Very welcome. Whenever I've got my finger on this magic button, Matt, it means you can be heard on the live stream,
Right,
but
okay.
obviously only in the distance. So
Yes.
just so you know, so I might talk to you at various points during the afternoon. We've also got Eli the collie dog, who was sadly missing from the MCC game on Monday. And also another collie dog, a guest collie, called Storm. So Barrow's opening batsmen are Sam Mitchell and Guy Fisher. So Guy in his familiar luminous helmet, and Big Sam, who chose the MCC game, Matt, to score the 2 runs he needed to score 1,000 in the season.
Really,
That's in all cricket, including friendlies, but he's made them at a decent average, about 35 or so, and batted beautifully this year. And yes, so he needed 2, so I gave him the big announcement, and everybody clapped, and he raised his bat. So that's good for Sam. Guy having a bit of a mixed season. Yes, Guy's on strike. He'll be facing. So he'll be facing Mike Duckworth, who'll be bowling from the Buckham Village end. And he'll have the benefit of a left to right wind as you look across the ground. I think that's the predominant wind here, although it's swirling a bit. The Barrow Gurney flag just seems to keep changing direction, so it's a bit difficult to tell. Umpire's light is there. Yeah, it does. So it looks like we're about ready to go here at Hobbs Lane. We never seem to actually have a start on time. And here's Duckworth to Fisher. Ah, that's a nice little leg glance, or maybe a thickish inside edge. Underway with a single. That's good news. The scoreboard has recovered. We had a bit of a problem last week, and big thanks to Backwell Flaxbourton, our near neighbours, for lending us their scoreboard control when I was drowned during the Sunday game here. Nicely played out to square leg. So I'll give you the field for Duckworth. We've got a mid-off, short extra, orthodox cover, slightly backward point and a slip, and a third man. Short fine leg, mid-wicket, and a long on, which unusual in the first over. Must have seen Sam Mitchell bat before. Our umpires at the moment are Barrow skipper Connor Jones, who's in the blue training kit holding the sun hat at the Buckham village end, and at square leg the tall figure of Johnny Sykes. So that gives you the picture of what you can't see on your screen. Saw the MCC game on Monday, so maybe there's something to do with us, but I don't know of Wendy and Steve as far as they like. Said they like the commentary. Still open to offers. She might be actually. Yeah, that could be right. Yeah, I haven't. So in which case I do know who they are. Well, that's the end of the first over here at Hobbs Lane. One for no wicket. My producer Josh Hall is going to have a little bit of a fiddle with the technology as usual. I guess we don't want to stop. So at the Rod's viewpoint end, young Robert Patch, very familiar to the Barrow Gurney team, son of former player Chris Patch, and of course a regular tourist with the Barrow Gurney cricket tour, and played down at Seaton this year for us, and at Showbrook Park. And always nice to see him. He's put on a couple of yards of pace since last season, I can tell you that, Matt. He's certainly developing into a very good bowler. I've also umpired him a couple of times playing for Somerset Juniors. Yeah. And he does swing the ball. So Guy Fisher needs to be careful here. So here's a young man with a good action. That's a nice positive start. Good full ball, full face of the bat. So Barrow 2's champions of Division 9 West, because Backwell Flax thirds conceded. So they got that guarantees them the points they need to make sure they're going to win Division 9 West and be promoted. So that's set up an opportunity for Barrow's second team, who were otherwise without a fixture. Yeah, so the second team who were otherwise without a fixture, they're actually playing at the lovely ground at Blagdon against Blagdon 2. So, and we've sent 12 players there. So, because we understand Blagdon had 12, yeah, so we've sent 12 as well, and hopefully they're having a nice afternoon there. So we'll keep you in touch with that. We'll also keep you in touch with what else is going on in this division, and those games that are particularly important to both Blagdon and Barrow. So more on that soon as they get going, assuming they're live scored. It's always a pain when they're not. You like to know what's going on, don't you? So, so Sam Mitchell off the mark with a single there. Just cover point a little bit deep. Had to come round. So Robert Pastor's got a best of 4 for 24 then this season, yeah. So Matt's just telling me 7 wickets for the first team this season, but he's certainly a better bowler than that. But he's learning his cricket, isn't he? So he's playing a mixture of first and second team cricket, I guess. And but he's certainly good pace, good carry. That's the second over gone, 4 for no wicket. So Barrow Gurney's second 11 are batting at Blagdon. 9 for no wicket off 2. That's only a friendly, of course, but I think it's good that the players from both teams are getting a chance to play on this final game of the league season. It would be a shame to be without a fixture. That was a little bit on the short side, but it's only going to be a single. Guy Fisher's going to have to hurry, but he did. So Duckworth's got a nice looking action. And good delivery stride. 15 wickets at 21.
Yeah, bowled well all season really.
Wow. Yeah, that's good. Consistent.
Yeah.
Played most of the games.
12 out of the
12.
16.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Well bowled. Of course, we've got Mark Fisher in the Barrow side, who's
yeah,
taken 30 odd wickets
Yeah,
in the league games. He's taken over 50 in all for the club this season, so that puts him in the similar bracket to Sam Mitchell with his 1,000 runs, I suppose. But yes, he was a bit disappointed not playing last week. He's fallen a couple behind Mr. Tabraze of Pack Bristolians in the senior division, who's overtaken him as the top wicket-taker in the whole of the B&D. But if he gets a few today, who knows? I'm sure. I know we'll be seeing him bowl later, opening the bowling, no doubt, for Barrow. From this Rod's viewpoint end. So that's the end of the third over, 5 for no wicket, so a fairly sedate start here. No real alarms. Rob Patch coming in, hands his cap to umpire Sykes. You'll have to look up to him. He's about 3 foot taller than young Rob. Yeah. No, I don't know how tall he actually is, Johnny. I always say 6'6", but I think he might be. He might be an inch, he might be 6'7". I don't know, but he towers over everybody on it. Even big Sam Mitchell has to look up to him, I think. And he's not short in stature. So there's Mitchell on strike. Face Patch. Bowling to his field, which is pretty similar to that of Duckworth. He's got a long leg, a good old-fashioned long leg, not fine leg, not square leg, long leg. By the for those who know the Hobbs Lane ground, by the entrance to the back gardens of the two houses on Hobbs Lane. He's down there under the tree. Still got the man at long on, which sounds slightly curious for pace bowlers opening the bowling, but gives him a bit of protection, allows him to pitch the ball up, which is, I'm sure, what they wanted to do. There's no real benefit bowling it halfway down here at Hobbs Lane. Unless you are Johnny Sykes, you're not going to get too much uncomfortable bounce here. Well, that's through him. He reproaches himself, does Mitchell. So we've got quite a decent crowd here for this time of the afternoon. There's quite a few. They probably don't like being called the wags, the wives and girlfriends, but and a few of the dogs as well. The various family dogs who are here. There's certainly a couple of Blagdon dogs here to add to the party. Obviously, they've got 2 collie dogs who are now fortunately sound asleep in the commentary box, and Juno, who's out in the Rod's viewpoint area. Scout is here as well, who's Johnny Sykes' dog. Oh, that's a nice looking shot, and that long on is now going to come into play for the first time, just a single. Just the one slip. Well, that was a lovely looking shot for no run, and that's the end of the 4th over. 6 for no wicket. So just a reminder that if you've got anything to say, if you are watching the broadcast at home and want to reassure me that I'm not talking to myself all afternoon, you can text me. If you have my number, you can email me on barrowgurneycricket@gmail.com, or you can send me what used to be called a tweet on the X thing. They call it now, don't they? I don't know whether, but it's not an X, it's a tweet. Anyway, at Cricket Cleric is the not easy to say handle. We usually got Paul Mizzen, our fixture secretary, watching these games. You probably just finished cooking the lunch, have you, Paul? Yeah, he always rings me, Matt, when he's cooking lunch. He always says, "Yeah, I think so I can't keep him talking." He always says, "Oh, I've got to go on with the lunch now." So, okay, and it was lovely to see you pop up on for the MCC game. I know it's difficult for you to get out of the house these days, but it was great to see you. That's nicely cut, but he's going to be quick single. Didn't beat the field. Backward point. That's Robert Patch diving. One hand. Saved 4. No, it was Charlie Ward, actually. Do him an injustice. Good on Charlie Ward, yeah. Looks similar from this distance. Rob's at third man, is he? Oh, no, I'd like a bit more than half an appeal. Maybe a sort of a 65% of an appeal there. It definitely hit Fisher on the pad, but he's got a reasonable stride in. It was hitting fairly high. But a bit of interest from the bowler. Oh, full toss, and that got what it deserved. Beautiful sound that made off Guy Fisher's bat. Just flicked it away. He likes that sort of flippy shot through. Right, I don't think the umpires are quite sure how many balls there are left. They're looking at each other quizzically. I think they've agreed on 2. Yeah, that's usually the magic symbol, but Connor looked a little unsure there. We have a little competition when I'm umpiring with as to who's. There's always a disagreement 2 or 3 times as to how many balls there are, and then we ask the scorer, and it's a case of I always go 15 love if I'm right, and the other one, so it's usually if I come away 2-1, I'm usually pretty happy, so that's okay. So I'm umpiring tomorrow. Actually, I'm down at Western Supermare tomorrow at the Western and Uphill. Who are jointly hosting the Somerset Cricket Foundation championships of under-16s and under-19s and women's cricket. So I think I've got the semi-final of the Somerset Smash, which is an under-16 100-ball tournament, in the morning, and then doing the semi-final of the under-19 T20 tournament. And alongside that, there's 2 semi-finals and a final, obviously, of those. There's a ladies' softball final and a ladies' hardball final. And so I think I've got Bridgewater in one of the youth games, men's games. So they'll be probably pretty good standard, because a lot of them will be playing for probably Bridgewater 2s. Guess they didn't probably get into the 1s because they've got Carlos Brothwaite down at Bridgewater this year. And I see Will Smead's playing for him today. Right. I always look out for that, because obviously my daughter Bernie plays for the women's team, so I keep an eye on the teams. But yeah, they got Will Smead playing in their first. So most of the people who used to play in their first now play in the second. So I don't know how they feel about that, but it's a different echelon of club cricket to this. Full driven again, but didn't quite time that one. Yeah, so that should be quite good. So at 10 o'clock I've got to be down at, earlier than that. 10 o'clock is first ball of the Somerset Smash and at Western. And then, as I say, another game in the afternoon, T20 game. So all different regulations. They do like to keep us umpires on our toes, because you turn up, you think the laws of cricket, they only apply when the regulations don't say otherwise. So every game's different. So for our MCC game, I'm rambling on again about umpires, but we had our own Colin Fletcher umpiring, who used to do captain our Sunday team when we were in the league, and we also had Richard Ellison, England Test bowler, if you remember Richard. Yeah, took 5 wickets, I think, on debut against the Aussies.
I remember that well.
Yeah, and well, he got hopelessly lost and he couldn't find a place. Arrived 5 minutes before the toss. But anyway, well, it's difficult to find if you don't know where you're coming. And yeah, he loved it. He loved the day, and we loved having him. And he gave somebody out LBW on our team. I'm trying to think who he gave out now. Oh yeah, it was Jason Cryans. Yeah, our vice captain, giving out LBW. Yeah, but that was the. Oh yes. I want to talk a little bit about the team. So as always, teams change week in, week out in village cricket, don't they? But so there's no Frank Forge today, the sort of premier off spinner, second highest wicket taker in the club's official history according to Play Cricket. He's in America at the moment, so he's not playing. So still got 2 spinners in the team. It's a nice shot again for no run. Jason Cryans is he was struggling really at the MCC game. I mean, he did bat, but he couldn't really field. He's got a bit of an injury, so he's out. Ben Hodges returns from injury, but isn't fit enough to keep wicket. So Phil Milton will still be keeping wicket, and Kieran Owens having an outing in the seconds. So few changes. Oh, there's a misfield. A misfield at extra cover. Is that going to go all the way for 4? It is. That went to the short boundary by the net area. For those who know Hobbs Lane, it's took some of the way off it there, didn't he? That cover, but not enough to stop it going for 4 to that part of the ground. And that's the end of the over. So 15 now for no wicket off 6. As soon as the ball goes off out of that, they don't know whether it's going for 4 or whether there's 3 men on the boundary going to stop it. So you try. That's what I try and do. I'm not professional, so still Duckworth. Has he got a friend called Lewis, by any chance? And Stern.
He doesn't, unfortunately,
no. Handy man when it rains, though. I guess he ought to be, shouldn't he? Really?
Yeah.
Probably if he had £1 for every time somebody said that, he'd be a rich man. But
there's always a Coronation Street reference that comes out as well. With
Vera Duckworth. Yeah. Well, I'm not giving myself away as a Corrie fan. I'm not actually, but. Is she the one who used to say, "I don't really know Vera"? No, that was the other one.
I'm not sure of the name of the person, but it's not her.
No. Well, somebody always used to do an impression, didn't they?
The one that was married to Amanda Holden.
Les Dennis. Yes.
Yeah, always used to do a good impression.
That's
Mavis Riley, I think.
Mavis Riley.
Yeah.
Well, you know far too much about this matter. It's becoming a bit worrying.
I know. My mum used to have it on every night, so I was forced to watch it when I was younger. Yeah.
That was my excuse about Crossroads.
Yeah.
My grandmother used to love Crossroads.
Never used to watch that one.
Yeah, with the wobbly sets and things. It was a bit like yeah, it did. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm more of a Neighbours man these days. You can get that on Amazon Prime. Yeah. Other streaming platforms are available, of course, but and they don't sponsor us, so I shouldn't give them a shout out. But maybe next season. But yeah, Neighbours. Yeah, that's mega at the moment. So Toadie's going through about the 50th midlife crisis he's had in the last 2 years, but they've got to keep the storyline moving, haven't they? Robert Ariel, and that's gone. That's caught at mid-on. That's Ed Dean, we think, at mid-on. Matt's putting the glasses on.
So it's not
Yeah.
used to be Ed Dean.
Ed Dean, yes.
Yes.
Well, he didn't get all of that. The ball was full. It was there for the drive, but he played a little early and ended up really just scooping that to mid-on. And Fisher goes for 6, was it?
Goes for 5.
For 5.
5 off 18.
5 off 18 balls. Right. The new batsman's going to be Mark Brown. There he is, familiar form, striding on. So a good start for Blagdon. Been relatively inexpensive in these opening overs. And now the wicket on the board. Look at Mark Brown. Mark Brown is by no means short, but he's he looks it with big Sam Mitchell there, and so he's doing these sort of Joe Root-like stretching exercises. There he is, practicing the forward defensive. So Mark Brown had a decent day on Monday. He made 60 odd, was top scorer in the Barrow innings, and he likes the 150th anniversary games because he made 100 in the game against the B&D League, the representative team. So yeah, so which was a good game. Barrow won that game, and it was a nice day.
Yeah.
Oh, off the mark straight away with the back cut there. Is he going to come back for 2? No. Again, backward point. That's presumably still Charlie Ward. Got a hand on it, and it ran away. It ran away just for an easy single. So that's a 16 for 1 off 7 here at Hobbs Lane. So patch to Brown now. It's full, but got away with it. It was a full toss, I think. So had a wonderful day here Monday. The MCC came. Fantastic setup there. 11 very good players on show. They loved the day. A bit like today, no one seemed too keen to start the game. We were scheduled to start at 11, but we didn't get going for quite a while. Probably helped with the fact that Richard Ellison couldn't find the ground, but it was about 20 past 11 I think we got going, and it was a lovely day. We must have had nearly 100 people over the day, which is really what we hoped for but didn't really expect. So, and our friends from Stoke Gabriel Cricket Club, who came in fancy dress, who found us out of the blue, well, I mean, what a bunch they were. Had a whale of a time. So I interviewed the Pope at the tea interval, live on Barrow Gurney television, which is probably going to get me into trouble with my bishop. There was somebody else dressed as a priest. There was somebody dressed as a caveman, although Debbie thought it was Tarzan, but I think he was a bit overdressed for Tarzan. That was my recollection of what Tarzan used to wear. There was some guy in a turquoise shell suit who, fortunately, I didn't twig, was actually dressed up as Jimmy Savile. So I didn't have to talk about that live on air, which I am now doing. 4 runs to Mark Brown. That's a lovely shot. Off drive. Plays that shot nicely. There was some guy in some sort of pink scarlet concoction. I don't know whether he was thinking he was a cardinal, but he was very odd dress. And some guy who was dressed as the sheriff of the county, with a gold star. Fortunately, no firearms. And there was a penguin. That's a lovely shot too, but it's only going to be a single. Yeah, played nicely. And the penguin dropped a catch down in front of the scoreboard there, Matt. He went. Well, I suppose you'd say he went with his flipper rather than. But I suggested he should have gone beak first, but he certainly would. He might have caught it if it was a herring, but he didn't actually catch the ball. And was made fun of as a result, but they were a great bunch. Well, that's through him. It's well bowled, young Robert. certainly Mark Brown will know about Robert because he was on tour with us this year. I don't think Sam Mitchell was on the tour, so he may have not seen that much of Rob. Yeah, so the 150th anniversary celebrations, well, they continue Friday. We've got a quiz here. Richard Mizzen, Miz the Quiz, is putting on a 150th anniversary quiz, and that'll be sort of some gentle entertainment and of the cerebral variety. 21 for 1 now, Fate. That's gone for 4 somethings. No, he did actually touch that. Yeah, I thought it would beat everybody, but a delicate little glance. So Mark Brown very quickly into double figures. Yeah, so there's got the quiz on Friday. So it'd be nice to see Rich Mizzen again. Always has a good selection of questions. Not too easy, not too hard. That's a lovely shot, and he holds the pose. Mark Brown, he holds the pose. He liked that one, and so did we. Yep, straight down to the opening there, where the cars come in. Then in 3 weeks' time, we've got our anniversary dinner. We're going to be welcoming lots of past players and families, and have our prize giving and awards as well. So first team player of the year, second team player of the year, club person of the year, and breakthrough player. Well, it used to be the junior player of the year, but we don't have any juniors anymore, so it's been rebranded as the breakthrough player. So yeah, it does. So, and one or 2 special awards as well. It's not got all of that. A little bit short in this over, Duckworth. So nothing for short really on this Hobbs Lane pitch. It's reasonably easily paced. It doesn't bounce alarmingly unless you really bend your back. Although having said that, Scott Thomas of the MCC, who bowled off spin from that end, they were fending him off the chest. He must have been getting a real action on the ball. I don't know who he played for, but apart from the MCC, obviously, but he bowled beautifully. Quick single. It's all right, plenty of time now. The fielder that didn't quite pick it up at the first attempt. Guided away. Oh, yeah, that was a gully sort of misfielded that and parried it round backward point. Who otherwise I think it would have gone straight to him. And 2 runs to Mitchell. He also now is in double figures. 32 for 1 off 9. So a shout out to Wendy and Steve. I believe you're listening. Talking of our fixture secretary, Paul Mizzen's just texted to say, is there a Commentator of the Year award? Well, there'll be a fairly short list of entrants for that, so perhaps there should be.
I think you got that in the bag.
Oh, I don't know. I think I'd go for Simon Mann, or maybe Isha Gua. She's rather good. But yeah, well, interesting thought there, Miz. You'll probably propose it to the committee. Well, that's nicely guided away, but only a single. There is a third man in position down there by the picket fence. So I'm not sure what's going on at Blagdon. Matt Edgar's retired out for 26. So
it's not a retirement game.
Well, they might have decided that.
You normally retire not out in those days. You can come back in, but maybe
Debbie clicked the wrong button.
Yeah, possibly.
She might have done one.
Maybe because they got 12 players, they just said retire and that's it, possibly.
Dave Smith, though, he's 11 not out. He doesn't normally open the batting. And Seb Allen, he's 12 not out as well. So, anyway, I'm sure they're having fun there. Beautiful ground, St Andrew's Church in the background. Lovely pond down at the bottom of the ground. Lovely place to watch cricket. I always used to make sure I fielded on the high side of the ground. Quick single for Sam. Oh, that's a nice shot. Not sure it was quite where he was aiming it. A little bit of a thickish inside edge, but he still timed it quite well. 2 runs for Brown. So we're getting to bowling change time soon, I would imagine. Under 15s can only bowl, I think it's 6. Oh, that's a nice shot. Again, he didn't get all of that, but it's he's got enough of it to go through the covers for 4. He found the gap. That's what he does quite well. This is the nearest thing Barrow have to a Joe Root in the with Mark Brown, who for him I would think would probably say he's got a little bit of a disappointing season. I mean, he's still averaging over 30 and batting nicely, but he's just not made the hundreds in the league games that he did last year. Usually you can bank on him for 200s a season, a couple of really telling contributions, and he made it in the B&D game. We're having a change of umpires anyway. We're talking about bowling changes. We're not having one of those yet, but we've got Nick Heel then striding out to the Buckham Village end.
Oh, we are actually having a bowling change.
Oh, we are having a bowling change.
Giving his hat back, and this is going to be Ed Dean.
Ed Dean, then the new bowler at the Buckham Village end, and he's going to give his hat to the new umpire Nick Heel there. Have that. Nick unusually bareheaded, or he wasn't. He's using Ed's hat now. Normally wears this awful green hat, which has got no affiliation to Barrow whatsoever. And Mark Fisher's out at square leg now, with his hands in his pocket, looking like something out of the Mafia with his dark glasses there. So Sam Mitchell on strike. Sure, got away with that. So Ed, and then is he the medium pacer, or is he?
Medium pacer, wobbles it a bit. He's our second leading wicket taker this year, 12 wickets.
12 wickets, right? Okay.
So yeah, he's a consistent player. He's a good batsman as well. So
right.
He's one of our main all-rounders anyway.
It looks as if he's swinging the ball away, it's like the way the keeper took that.
Yeah.
Well, that was short and very optimistic appeal, because that would have gone well over, but more in danger of dragging it on. Quickly stop the ball rolling onto the stumps. It's got a bit cloudy. It's not, certainly not what it was at the beginning. Quite a bit of cloud cover now. No blue sky. I mean, it's not threatening to rain. No run there, but it is quite cloudy and quite breezy. I guess it's not a short sleeve shirt weather, although some of them are wearing short sleeve shirts. Batsmen have got long sleeves. Sam Mitchell's a South African. He's not used to this sort of weather. So just a single there. Mark Brown, of course, came through Barrow Juniors. Played for the club a long time. Now one of the senior members of the side. Oh my goodness, he's hit that straight back to the bowler. Oh, dear me. Well, what did I say about nothing for short? That was a drag down, a rank long hop. He could have hit it just about anywhere. And what did he do? He hit it straight back to the bowler. Well, just when he was going well. Mark Brown goes for 22, 41 for 2. Here he comes, Wendy and Steve. Here he comes, Josh Yelland, next man in. The Cornish maestro, who won't eat the pasties at the club because they're not Cornish enough for him. And really, well, called to the crease a little bit earlier than anyone would have hoped. Mark Brown will be very disappointed. That sort of sums up his season, really. Looked good, played well. It was an innocuous looking delivery. Ed Dean will be delighted, of course, and he'll bowl better deliveries than that and not get a wicket. But that is cricket. And we've got to change at the Rod's viewpoint end as well. So, who's this then, Matt? Martin Mayle. Yeah. And again, he's looks like he's going to bowl some medium pace.
He's reasonably quick. Certainly wouldn't call him quick. But,
brisk.
He moves it, swings it a bit. Yeah.
And he might like these cloudy conditions now. I'm not sure really that if Connor Jones had realised what the clouds were going to do, I'm not 100% certain it is a bat first day, but we won't know until later. Here he comes now, his Mayle.
Oh, there's a slip.
Oh, well done. Well,
lost his foot in there on takeoff.
He did. It may be a bit greasy on top there, because all the wicket ends, of course, have. Well, I mean, we've seen a lot of action. We've only got 9 strips here at Barrow, and it's late season with a lot of cricket. So we've got a slip, deep third man, point, short extra, orthodox mid off, orthodox mid on now. The experiment with the long on has changed. Mid wicket. Well, we've got a sweeper, have we, on the deep cover boundary? We can't quite see from the commentary box. Oh, right under the tree. Right under the tree there, yes. Right. No run there. So after this game at Barrow, we've got a couple of friendlies next weekend. We've got a touring team, Off Church Cricket Club, coming. I'm not sure where they're from. I'm not sure where Off Church is. Oh, it's well fielded. Mitchell had to get back quickly. And we've got our friends from Axbridge, who traditionally come at the end of the season. And we've got the double wicket competition. And then that's, in terms of cricket, will be the end of the season. Mr. Holdaway will be out there reloaming and sorting out the square ready for next season. So 41 for 2 off 12. Well, another little half shout there from the bowler, but again looked a little on the high side from here. Josh Yellen didn't look overly concerned, but he's looking for his first run. And there it comes in fine style too. A beautiful extra cover drive. That's gone away for 4. Beautifully timed. He's got a nice backlift, which is ideal for those sorts of shots because it just sort of flows naturally into the drive. So there is a sweeper on the boundary, but he's sort of on the cover boundary rather than the extra cover boundary. He didn't get all of that. That was a bit of a leading edge. Yes, he's suspiciously looking at his bat there. I want to mind that. Should see my bat. So it's all leading edge. Very few marks in the middle, but plenty on the leading edge. So we've got a few old friends here. Was it Chris Patch is here, former Barrow player and father of Robert in the Blagdon ranks. Bob Mills. That's a nice looking shot as well, but one hand from the short extra keeps it down to a single. Yeah, Bob Mills, veteran left arm opening bowler. I don't think he'd like me calling him veteran. Probably have words with me later if somebody tells him. So he's up supporting. He often helps out the bar. That's the end of the over, the 13th, 46 for 2. So a bit of a debate between the bowler and the fielders. Not quite sure. I think he's happy that they're all in the right place. Curious looking shot. I think it was a sort of half leave, but it was a bit curious. Quick single. Yeah, well run. Josh Young runs straight into the umpire there, Mark Fisher, who gave him a cuddle. Passing on some helpful information to Sam Mitchell, who's actually been out there a lot longer than him. But it's still only on 12. How many balls has Sam faced for 12? 39 balls for 12. This is very unusual. And again, he hasn't quite timed that. Oh, that might have been close, but that he airmailed the stumps there, didn't he? It was a complete wrong trajectory on that. It was. Sam's normally a fairly quick scorer. Well, he is a quick scorer, and he's a big, powerful guy, as you can see, but he's not quite got his timing. That's gone down the leg side, but wicket-keeper Barlow got enough of that to stop it. They're playing leg side wides, are they today?
I believe so, yes.
Right, it's been a bit of a mixed bag in this division
Okay.
because we're no longer in Section A,
yes.
technically.
Yeah.
But some teams like to play it, others don't. And if there's a disagreement, we did have a disagreement with somebody, I can't remember who it was,
Right.
and we ended up playing, blue line wides.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
But probably all change again next season.
Yeah. Probably.
In Weppel, they play a hard blue line on the offside,
Oh, right.
which
okay.
is quite odd. I found this out when I'm obviously doing my umpiring.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter where what the batsman does if it's wide of the blue line,
Right.
it's a wide.
Regardless.
And then because they play free hits, what the batsmen do then they on a free hit they station themselves on the offside blue line, knowing that if they're bowled behind their legs they're not out, and if they have a swish and miss they get a wide and another free hit.
Okay.
So which is
that's
odd.
But
Yeah, well, it's a nice shot. There's the man on the cover boundaries in play there. Just a single. Well, where on earth has that gone? That was another leading edge. It's flown down to third man. They've taken two. That's all they've gone. It was one of those. Josh Yellen was looking the other side of the field for where the ball had gone, looking as if towards mid-wicket, which is where he was aiming that shot, and it flew off outside edge down to third man. Still 2 runs, 50 up. It's a wide. 14.4 overs for the 50.
Run rate 3.5 at the moment.
3.5, yeah.
So this rate will be 142 off of the 40, which you wouldn't have thought would be enough.
142 is not a winning score here at not unless you're playing Winterbourne, perhaps in this division. But sadly, they were really struggling, and I don't know what they were like when they came to Blagdon. But the team that came here, I mean, basically, I think they'd had a ticking off for scratching their third team whilst their fourth team had played, and they wheeled out, just a group of people who were just really attending so that their fourth team could actually play in their own division. I felt very sorry for them, really, and
it's not good because they've lost players, I know, from the first 11, which means seconds go up, thirds go up, and you're then scratching around for players in the lower teams, which is.
They were struggling, and Nick Bracey was here. He was
Nick Bracey played twice.
He was keeping wicket. He did remind me of the time when last time he was here, which was when the Winterbourne fourths played our seconds and made well over 300. So some guy batted throughout the innings, and about 5 overs to go, he was on about 85 not out. Another chap came in and made 100 before him.
Really?
It was absolute Armageddon. It was, and then I got bowled first ball of the innings. Didn't see the ball. Some young lad, absolutely really quick. Didn't see the ball at all. Clean bowled, stumps everywhere, and whoever was umpiring shouts no ball. And I thought, oh no, I've got to go through it all again. I think I scored. I think I managed to get off the mark without seeing it, and got out to the fella at the other end. But there we go. So he was reminding me of that. So it was an equally one-sided game. Was that caught and bowled? Chance. He's looking at his hands as if that should have stuck. Sam Mitchell's looking at his bat as if it's done him a gross injustice. So I think that was a chance. I think we'll put that down as a chance. Full toss this time. Quick single. bit of a stodgy start overall, really. At no point has either team looked totally on top. I suppose Mark Brown made batting look the easiest of anybody so far, till he got out. Bowling's been there or thereabouts. Apart from that Corton bowled in this over, I don't think there's been any other chances. Couple of edgy shots, but well, that was a bit aerial, but he's found the gap. There is a fielder on the deep extra cover boundary, so it's just one. If he'd been in the ring, I think that would have been a catch straight to him. End of the over, 16 gone, so we're heading sort of towards drinks time soon. 54 for 2, with Mitchell, who's really unusually struggling on 15, Yelland on 9. Oh, big appeal. One-handed attempt at a diving stop from Barlow beyond the stumps. I'm not really sure. A lot happened, but I'm not sure there was anything untoward. It's going to be a single. There's a man at deep mid wicket in front of the scoreboard. In the Test match, England are 172 for 5 in the second innings, leading now by 403. Joe Root's just made another 50. This is going to be a single down to deep cover. It was when I compared Mark Brown to Joe Root that that put the kibosh on him, didn't it?
That's right, you did.
So, well, he's been getting out to silly shots, hasn't he? Got out to a reverse sweep in the first innings. I've made 140 before he'd done it. That's nicely played by Josh Yellow. It's only going to be a single down to wide mid-on. He's into double figures. He's on 11 now. That's the end of the over. The 17th, 57 for 2. It's been heavy going for Barrow. Heavy going. I think they're certainly going to need at least 200. And probably more than that. Their bowling attack today is strengthened with Ed Holdaway back in the fold. He'd had some COVID-like disease. He tells me that he didn't test positive for COVID. It was like summer flu, shall we say. Certainly felt really grotty. Was not able to play in the MCC game, and wouldn't have played last Saturday if the game had gone ahead. So he's hopefully fit enough to open the bowling with Mark Fisher, which certainly strengthens the bowling attack. Now, Josh Young's being attacked by some local insect at the moment, and he seems to have brushed it away. Oh, that's gone aerial. That's coming straight towards us for 6. It hit the picket fence on the full. Well, he got all of that. That was a beautifully timed shot. Just for a moment, it was coming straight through our window, and then it faded, didn't it? At the last moment, just a bit of a fade, a golfer's fade on that. So, I see Dave Milton's on his way up. Here we are. He's going to come and say hello. Going to come and disturb the dogs, I think. Just a single there down to long mid wicket. I said Dave, the Dad of Barrow Chairman Phil, does a lot around the ground. Looks like he's come to collect the recycling. He's got a couple of very large recycling boxes for us to fill. Now Mark Brown's having a wander around. He's obviously cross with getting out. You can tell he's still cross with himself. He's wandering around the boundary now, tossing a ball in the air in a rather miffed manner. Right, it's going to be a leg by, I would imagine. Quick run. Are we going to get a signal on umpire Fisher? No, maybe he got a little nick on it. Didn't look more pad to me, but everyone counts. A number of times I've edged a ball onto my pad, run down the other end to see the umpire doing the flamingo, and oh goodness, I hit that. I don't score that many. I need every run. Nice single again. It's picking up the pace now a little bit, Barrow, which they needed to. Sam's timing is just not quite there yet at the moment. 66 for 2 off 18. I must have just flicked something. There was no wide.
Unless we aren't playing leg sideways, because that is the second or third one now that we don't think they've touched it.
It might be that not all the umpires have got the memo. I thought they were talking about leg side wides.
Yeah.
But well, as long as it's same for both sides, it's okay. But another plane takes off from Bristol Airport. They've been taking off over this way today. No, where's that? That's cleared mid on. Oh, that's another 6. Beautiful shot. Now, if If that man had been back at the long-on position that they started off in those opening overs, that would have gone right down his throat. But as it was, it cleared him and then hit the picket fence with about a foot before the ground. So, yeah, Josh Yelland starting nicely, already on to 25. He's way overtaken Sam Mitchell, who's been there since the start. But we've got an interval coming. We just need to be a little careful. Don't want to lose a wicket now. Either side of the drinks is always a dangerous time, particularly for Barrow players, it seems. $72 for 2 off 19. Right, so spin at last, and Dave Brooks is going to some slow left arm. Well, there might be a bit of turn in this pitch. There was certainly a lot of turn for Jake Rowe of the MCC, who was turning it square in that game. Certainly Barrow will be hoping there isn't anything like that level of turn, because they didn't honestly play him very well. So let's have a see. So obviously the field's going to change radically for a spin bowler. We've got a long off, I think, and a long on. That's a nice back cut. It's only going to be a single. So long off, long on. Deep mid wicket. An orthodox, a straightish mid wicket. Man on the 45. Short third man. Oh, that's a full toss. And that's been smashed away by Josh Yelland. He could really pretty much hit that wherever he liked, and he hit it straight to the fence. Yeah, so short third man, orthodox point, extra cover. Yeah, good comeback. Good comeback. Wasn't quite sure whether to be back or forward to that one. Well, that's got through the man at cover, but there's also a man on the deep extra cover boundary. There's that chap who I can't see from here, so I didn't realise he was there. He just emerges periodically to pick up the ball, and so that was just one run. And there's going to be a single there for Mitchell. That I think is going to be drinks. So 79 for 2 off 20 overs. With Josh Yelland going well on 30, and Sam Mitchell, who's been there for the start, on 19. So we'll take a drink. I'll take the dogs out for a little bit of a perambulation, and we'll be back shortly. You're watching Barrow Gurney Television, coming live from Hobbs Lane. Well, welcome back to Hobbs Lane. Single off the first ball after drinks. Another quick single there for Josh Yelland. So 80 for 2. Blagdon have got one of the points they need to make sure of survival. And to be brutally honest, I'm not just saying this because Matt's in the box with me, but if Barrow was to be staying in this division, which is pretty likely, it would be a shame not to have Blagdon in it, because we always enjoy the games between the two teams. Not every Saturday is as enjoyable necessarily as when these two teams play, but this is one of our favourite fixtures. And there's a nice shot from Sam Mitchell. Is that going to... No, it's going to be cut off nicely on the boundary. Has he hit a boundary yet, Sam?
Yes, one.
Was that early on a drive, perhaps, I think?
That was his 5th scoring shot, so yeah.
Fairly early on.
Yeah.
A while back. He's certainly been progressing largely through singles, hasn't he?
Yeah.
That's another nice shot from Josh Young. Square, but the man comes round. Yeah, so it would... I know, speaking to Connor, who I think I can probably reveal at this stage of the game, is this will be his last game as Barrow's skipper. Certainly, he was saying that it would be a shame if we weren't to be playing Blagdon next year, and certainly doesn't want the team to go down. So yeah, I'm not sure who the Barrow skipper will be next year, but Connor's, I think, done a really good job over the last 2 years. It's not an easy job being captain. There's a lot of organisation, a lot of expectations. It's not been always an easy season. Players come, players go, people get injured. There's been 1 or 2 games which have been, as I say, less than enjoyable for various reasons. And 1 or 2 of the players sometimes get a little bit overheated and need a bit of calming down. He's been a very calm influence on the team. It's certainly affected his own game, I think. He's certainly struggled with the bat, and although he's taken wickets at key times, it's never easy being a sort of a bowling all-rounder captain. Well, that was well bowled. Beat him in the flight. There did Brooks. And through for a single. And over at Blagdon today, where the twos are playing, I think there are a couple of players there who'll be playing their last games for Barrow Gurney. So could be some changes over the winter. I could make a big thing out of announcing my retirement from cricket, but I've effectively retired a couple of years ago. I only played 1 game this season. Oh, it's a quick single, but he's got through. And having been hit twice with full bungers, very uncomfortably, I think that's the message is time's come not to play again, so I might be ceremonially getting rid of the whites this winter. It's a nice shot. Oh, it's gone through. It's got through the man on the 45 who dived full length and looked to all the world as if he was going to stop it, but didn't, and it's gone for 4. So Yelland into the 37 now. He's almost lapping Sam Mitchell here, isn't he? Somebody put it on Twitter with this is what happens when you take a bite of sandwich with them. Yeah, it's nice to see a few Blagdon supporters. Ah, there's a familiar face, Andy Cadman. Yeah, nice to see him. He's going to pop in and say hello. Don't let the dogs out, Andy.
I'll try not to. How you doing?
Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, are you well?
Yeah, not too bad. Thanks. Is Bernie playing today?
Yeah, she's at your place.
Yeah,
Yes, you've seen her. Yeah, a rare outing.
Is she not playing with us yet?
Not for Barrow, no. She's been playing for Bridgewater in the Women's Premier League.
Oh, I see.
But she's played about 5 games.
Yeah.
Twos. She can't keep wicket any longer because her hands are so bad. But yeah, she's made a couple of 50s. She's done all right. She would have, yeah. Well, she is playing today. She was hoping to play in the last league game, and obviously they cancelled on us. So.
Oh, who are you supposed to be playing against today?
Backwell Flax thirds.
Oh, really?
But they struggled all season to get. This is their 4th time they've. Yeah.
This is a little stretch to get 3 teams out and sit on the same team.
It is for them. They've got a lot of kids, but then when they go away, they all go away at the same time. So just another single there down to the man on the deep cover boundary. We're joined in the commentary box by Andy Cadman, Blagdon stalwart. If you don't mind being called a stalwart.
No, well, that's right. I'm still standing.
Still standing. That's good. So you've come up to hopefully see your team get enough points to stay up.
I think we need 5 or 6. So
You've got one.
We've got one, so we need to.
We need five more to be certain.
Yeah.
One of your bowlers come and buy some pies. I'll bowl for you if you like.
Well, my memory was when you normally bowl against us, you get a hat full of wickets because we don't play pies very well.
That's right, yeah.
We eat them, we don't play them. It's 93 for 2 then off 23. So it's been fairly slow going until about the 15th, 16th over here, and then since the arrival of Josh Yelland, who's played very fluently, the scoring rate has increased. So it's looking a little better at the moment. Brooks is to continue with the left arm spin. Multitask and eat at the same time, which isn't very easy. And look after the dogs. And look after the man.
Well, Matt needs looking after, frankly, because he's a child. He's got Dr. Pepper, so you're halfway there. Say hello to my daughter.
Yeah, please do. Okay. Well, short. Well, he gave that the kitchen sink, but it's still only a single. I think a yard either side of the fielder there on the deep mid wicket boundary would have been 4, but straight to him. It'll be one of those sorts of days for Sam. But he's still there, with power to add, that's the important thing. Surely going to be a single down to long off. Well, it's quite a big appeal. Leg down the wicket and it was a bit of a hoik, to be honest. Not really a sweep, but no damage. Well, that's a nice shot. 2 or 3 bounces for 4, and finally he's broken the shackles. And that's the end of the over. 99 for 2 off 24. That's a nice shot. That's got through the infield, but it's coming back for 2 as Yelland throws wide. $100 up.
24.1 overs.
24.1 overs.
Rates of what are we up to now? 4.1.
4.1 the scoring rate. Last time when we got to the 50 it was 3.5, so
Projected score 167 at this rate.
Projected score 167 will still not be enough. Another single there to Yelland. But Barrow heading in the right direction. It's a well set field though, it's not easy to get boundaries. Sam Mitchell's cross with himself there. He felt that he should have done more with that. Ooh, that's a wide. Very theatrically demonstrated there by Guy Fisher at the... He's taken over as the umpire at the Buckham Village end. Mark Brown is umpiring at square leg at the moment. He's had his little walkabout following his dismissal. Oh, that was absolutely thrash at cover point. Who I don't think knew too much about it. Now he's feeling his knee, which is where I think it hit him. But well, he did well. He got down well. Yeah, hit me on the knee. He's saying to anybody who's interested. He's not getting a lot of sympathy, unfortunately. But no, that's hit to point that time. So. He wasn't in danger of having the other knee taken out by that. 103 for 2 off 25. So, just a single there. Came on to him a bit quicker than he was expecting. So Sam Mitchell still struggling, and you can sort of sense his frustration. His whole body language is one of contained frustration. I'm playing the right shots, but I'm hitting the fielders every single time. Again, a lovely, lovely flick away. Bowler gets one hand to it, no run. Well, that's pulled away. That, I think, might go all the way to that. No. Yes. But only because the fielder who stooped down thinking, I'm going to get a hand to this, somehow managed to miss it at the last moment. At first it looked like he was not going to get into the frame. Then he did. He got round well, the fielder, on the deep mid-wicket boundary, but rather like me, the stretching down for the ball was the problem. He didn't make it. So 4 to Mitchell, who's also got all of that. I guess that's been fielded. I can't see long off from where I am. He's appeared now with the ball. So 109 for 2 then off 26. So Ed Dean's... Oh, what's Ed Dean's bowling figures then, Matt?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to say 1 for 31 off of his 8.
1 for 31 off 8. Well, he was certainly very economical. Given, you know, I think anything about 4 and over at these sorts of games is pretty good going, isn't it?
Yeah.
Particularly on a small ground, quick scoring ground. So he's going to be replaced by Adam Burrows. So he's going to bowl a bit of off spin by the look of it.
No, he's sort of medium pace.
Medium pace.
Few paces.
He certainly doesn't look like he's running in very far. He's sort of meandering back to a mark rather than marking out his run, if you know what I mean. So okay. Well, in true Test match special tradition, I've got a piece of walnut cake here, which has come via Dave Milton. Don't think he baked it himself. In fact, I'm absolutely certain he didn't. But I'm going to try and devour that during this over, if we can. Another single for Mitchell. It's a little bit dry, to be honest. Walnut cake. But never mind, I shall persist. No run there. Certainly since Josh Yellen came to the crease, there's been a lot more intent about the Barrow batting, both in running and in the stroke play. I mean, obviously those 2 lovely sixes that he hit certainly helped, but there's been a lot more positive running. I think that's helped Sam Mitchell, who again sort of continues to pick out the fielders with an unerring regularity. Yep, a dead ball. I do love a dead ball sign. My favourite umpiring signal. I mean, I can never wait to signal dead ball. So, no, big appeal. I thought he hit it, actually. I thought I heard 2 noises, which is not easy behind the glass in the commentary box. But anyway, he was certainly shaping leg side, and nothing was given. 112 for 2. So 5th over for Dave Brooks, done for 25 so far. Here he comes. So Mitchell put everything into that. It's nice and straight, but it's only ever going to be a single. You just feel after every single shot, look at him now, he's just sort of, oh, that could have been I hit that nicely, should have been more. Ah, we got the Figueiredo family have arrived. Meanwhile, there'll be another 2 there for Josh Yelland. Hi, Rob. Nice to see Twice in a week they visited Barrow. It was nice to see them. Rob, who used to play for our first 11.
I remember the name.
Stop scratching me. Oh, sorry. I'm being scratched here by my dog, not Matt. I'm not accusing him of scratching me. Eli's decided he wants some tea because I've been eating this walnut cake. Right, that's gone. And that's 6, so what a way to go to 50 for Josh Yellen. Very well played. 51 balls. How many 4s and 6s?
We've got 3 4s, 3 6s.
3 4s and 3 6s. Very symmetrical.
Yeah.
Well done. No, he's played very positively. Looked in good nick from the time he arrived at the crease. And, well, played very nicely. Now is the time not to give it away. And make sure you're there for the business part of the innings, Josh. Because if he is, a score of 220 plus is on here. Looks like what's Chris Patch brought from the. It looks like he's been down to the car and brought all his sandwiches. He's got his talking about pies. It looks like he's got his pies there. Pies are ready. Right, there's a bit of a hiatus. I couldn't see the ball finish because it went into the blind spot. I think I've had trouble retrieving it. But, oh, maybe it was the fielder they were waiting for coming back. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. That was a handsome-looking drive, but it's only going to be a single. Bowler got a hand on it, and there's a long-on station. But the way he stood bolt upright and just played that was a beautiful-looking shot. I think Sam Mitchell must have played 2 of those shots and over, and nearly everyone has gone straight to point, hasn't it? Actually, Sam Mitchell's scoring rate is one of which I would be fairly proud. What is his strike rate, Matt?
Strike rate at the moment is 45.
45. Oh, well, perhaps he is still a little higher than mine. Which usually came out about 32, I think. But yeah, a score of 37 after 28 overs is pretty much in my wheelhouse, as they say. But so Burrow's continuing. Oh, now he squirted that one away, and ironically, that was possibly the better way to score. Has it gone for 4?
It hasn't gone for 4. It was
No.
back in by Rob Patch.
Rob Patch down there. Yeah, I can't see him again. He's in that blind spot area. Just the 2, but sometimes hitting it in unorthodox areas is a better way of scoring. Throwing proper shots straight to the fielders doesn't always work. Played that nicely, but again, long-ons come round. Got his body behind it in front of the celebrating 150 years sign there, which we are still doing. Will be for a few more weeks. Don't know what we're going to do. We're going to celebrate 151 next year, I suppose. I don't know what we're going to do with that. But, oh, well bowled. Well bowled. First false shot Josh Young's played, really. Oh, and he's done him again. Well, you said he bowled these sort of little medium paces. He's clearly doing something with it.
Yeah, it's pretty effective.
Some little cutters or... Yeah, Josh Young is sort of waving his hand as if to say it's doing something or other. So, yeah, there we go, mate. Keep going, Sam, he says, keep going. Connor Jones is having a little bowl in the nets. So, with his hat on, we can try and loosen up. And Johnny Sykes too. And head all the way. who's bowling with his pads on because he's next man in. So don't think he'll be doing that in the field. Now Rob Patch is coming back. Yes, the young man, Somerset under 15. Nice to see him. He loves his cricket. He's at that age. It's a lovely age. I was at it once, many years ago, when all you want to do is play and watch cricket. And then I find it incredulous now when I'm trying to organise fixtures that nobody wants to play. You organise a friendly fixture and they say, "Oh well, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, and all I got to do there." And all I wanted to do was play cricket when I was Rob Patch's age, and it's nice to see that enthusiasm. I might ask him if he's got any games next weekend. We're still short for our 2 friendlies. He'd be very welcome to come and play in there. So he's coming in from the Rod's viewpoint end, named after dear old Rod Reeves. Very much missed at the club. Well, it's nicely played. Body on the line from Shaw's extra, and he's another good shot. Only goes for a single. He hit the fielder. There's just that time he hit him so hard it ran away for a single. Oh, good, we're going to get another dead ball signal. Interesting, Mark Brown, I don't know who he's signalling dead ball to. He's not looking at looking at us. He's sort of looking. Well, he's looking towards square leg, really. I mean, or point. But, oh, he plinked that. looks as he's at his bat as if amazed to see it still in one piece. But another run to Yelland. It's on to 55. What's his partnership been, Matt? It's been a good partnership.
Yeah, so far 87.
87. Oh dear. Australians unlucky number, that, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah. 13 short of 100. Yeah. Well, that's all right. They survived that. It's 88 now. Used to be 2 fat ladies in the bingo calling, but you're not allowed to say that anymore. I don't know. No. I was brought up in Scarborough and in Yorkshire. Of course, a lot of sort of seafront amusement. I always wanted to be a bingo caller. Do you think I had the voice to be a bingo caller? On the blue line, 5 and 2, 52. Yeah. But now you can't say all this Kelly's Eye and top of the shop. Well, you probably shouldn't say that. I don't know. End of the over. 129 for 2. What's your favourite bingo call? Answers on a postcard, please. To Mark Forge at Hobbs Lane. Right, Guy Fisher and Mark Brown have decided it's 30 overs. They've had enough umpiring, so off they come. Looks like Barrow Chairman Phil Milton's going to replace them. Have a clicker, says Mark Brown. See if you can catch that. That's good for a wicket-keeper. He can. Yep, good sign. At the minute he's on his Todd. O'Connor Jones is coming back out, which is a sign that he's not going to be batting in the top half, which it would be usual. So he was enjoying a little bowl in the net, but now he's been dragged away. Captain's job, isn't it? Can't find anybody to umpire, then you end up having to do it yourself. Something he won't miss next year. So I do wait and see whether Jason Cryans is going to step up to be first team skipper, or we've got any other candidates. Might go back to Frank Forge, who was captain previously. He, in a moment of weakness, said he might do one more year, but he's likely to be moving away after that, so who knows. Oh, nicely flicked away. That's quite a. Yeah, that's going to go for 4. That's going. He's picked the angle there. Went to the short boundary by the net, and the deep mid wicket fielder couldn't get around quickly enough. 133. Well, that's a nice shot as well. Oh, and that's 50 for Sam Mitchell. Well batted, Sam. It's been a bit of a marathon effort today. So how many balls for that?
That's 91 balls. For
91. Unusually slow for him.
And 5 4s, no 6s.
5 4s, right. Okay.
Coming in the last 2 balls.
Well, yes, yes, he's really improved the 4 count, and now he's going for it again. But that's going to go straight to the deep mid wicket. It's only going to be a single. But the important thing, and I admire him for this, is that he didn't give it away. He was clearly frustrated. He was struggling not to time the ball, more in terms of placing the ball. He was hitting the fielders, but he stuck with it, and he's done well. Nice shot for Josh Yelland. There, so must be approaching the 100 partnership now. I've lost count.
98
now. 98. Oh, right, okay. 2 more for a 100 partnership for the 3rd wicket. He's back to hitting the fielders again. That familiar pose of frustration when he's hit it to point. So 31 gone, 139. What's the run rate crept up to?
Just under 4.5, so projection is 179.
179 projected. That's not WinViz or what is that other thing? I don't understand. Wasp.
Yeah, Wasp. Isn't it? Is the thing.
I've got to look.
Yeah, this is just the inbuilt play cricket.
All right.
6 and over gives 193, and 8 and over gives 211. So.
Well, I would have thought they're going to need 211.
8 and over, I think, is definitely.
I mean, they're going to have to bowl well. I mean, yeah. Blagdon usually got 2 or 3 strong batters, haven't they?
Yeah, we're not doing too bad today.
Well, that's down the leg side. Oh, it's a wide. I thought I heard a noise. That must have been. He must have hit the ground. Yeah, he's looking at the bottom of the bat there. Yeah, he hit the ground. Yeah, 200. Well, 200. You're always in with a chance if you get 200 anywhere, aren't you? But it's not always a winning score here. Oh, he's knocked that down to 3rd man, and there wasn't a 3rd man for about the first time. Thickish edge. I don't think he was playing it there. 100 partnership.
121 balls.
121 balls, and Josh Yelland's made 60 of them. Yeah, you can tell he's targeting Rob Patch now. This will be a bit of a test for the young man. Single. It's whether he's got the maturity to change pace and change his lengths a little bit when he bowls a good line and length, but can be a bit predictable. Now that's aerial, but it's safe. It's going to come back for 2. Josh Yelland's virtually lapped him. He could have run 3. Yeah, that was a bit top edgy. Down to deep mid wicket, but safe enough. Now that was a bit risky. Josh Yelland just responded well enough there. That's a nice shot. That's 4 runs. Lovely shot. Been a bit of an expensive over this. How many from it so far, Matt?
13.
13, yeah. He does remind me so much of a younger version of our Mark Fisher, who bowls this sort of line and length, beautifully in an opening spell. Is very dangerous, but because he's bowled him. He's bowled him. Good comeback from the young man there. Well done, because he was being targeted by Josh Yelland. End of a good innings. 65. He goes for, bowled by Robert Patch.
Yeah. 63 balls.
63 balls.
5 fours and 3 sixes.
5 fours and 3 sixes.
Strike rate of 103.
103 strike rate. Well, Barrow needed that with the loss of Mark Brown and with Sam Mitchell struggling at the early part of his innings just to get the ball away. Really needed that. It was a very good innings. Shame he's not there for the denouement, but here's somebody else who can hit the ball quite a long way. Ed Holdaway. Connor Jones is coming for a word. Hello. What news? The expert here corrected it for you. So Punter.
Oh yes, it is. Yeah.
Right, so Captain Connor, also umpire Connor, just checking the scores all okay, and everything's hunky dory. So
Bowlers coming off, and Martin Mail is swapping ends. And
Martin
coming on
Mail.
from that end.
yeah, so Martin Mail from the Buckham Village end now. So okay, so
4 left. So we'll
4 left. Yeah.
probably bowl out from that end, I would imagine. So that'll take us to the last over then.
So he'll bowl out from that end, and it's well, we'll see whether after that success whether Robert Patch continues. So he's bowling to Sam Mitchell. So Ed Holdaway, the new batsman, isn't on strike at the moment. As I was saying earlier on commentary, he's had a bit of a bout of summer flu, COVID-y type illness. Missed last week. Say, talking to him, he still sounded a little bit bunged up. Didn't look 100%, but oh, it was a very loud call of no ball. Umpire Milton. Yeah, you could hear that from Blagdon. That's what I like. That's just good. I think that, players are forgotten. Players who umpire, as opposed to people who umpire regularly, forget that you are to call no ball. It isn't just a matter of signalling. And I was. That's going to go outside wide. That's going to be 2 wides. I was commentating on a game here the other week, and can't remember who the opposition were. I think it was a second team game, and there were several no balls in the early part of our innings. The early part when we were bowling, and but the umpire would just literally flicked his arm out and put it straight back in. Didn't wait for an acknowledgement. Wasn't immediately obvious that it was. That's a wide. That is an obvious signal there. And then at the end of about 3 overs, one of the members of the batting team came hurtling along. You didn't get the no ball. Well, I didn't get the no ball because I couldn't hear a call. The arm was sort of flicked. It wasn't an obvious signal. And how on earth was I to tell from here that it was a no ball? So what we need is clear signals and wait for an acknowledgement. That's why we have the light, which you're operating there, Matt, for us today. So thank you. Right, this young man's waving his arms around as if he's going to bowl here. That's 6 runs. 6 runs. I thought that was going to be a 1 bounce 4 job into the picket, but he got that a little bit better than I thought, Sam. So he's into the 60s now.
Definitely looking more positive, isn't he, in his stroke play and that.
Well, he probably feels that 7 wickets in the can here. He can take a few chances, but probably that is an area where Barrow have flattered to deceive this year, in that pretty much everybody bats in this team. You've got somebody like Johnny Sykes who's made 100 in a friendly this season, batting at 10, and can hit the ball a country mile. But the lower order really haven't contributed that this year. We have had too many games where we've got to sort of 130 for 2 or 3, and ended up 180 all out or something like that. So the MCC game being a case in point where exactly that happened. Obviously top quality bowling, but That's a nice cut. It's going to be a single. Coming back for 2. So 170 for 3. Another expensive over. How many? 18. Well, so your little caption there on your computer saying if we scored at X numbers and over, it didn't really count for 18 and over, didn't it?
It didn't. No. But they're on for 206 at this rate now.
206, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's above 5. So
I would have thought they're looking for 220. I would have thought, no. And that's again not necessarily a winning score, but gives you a chance. It's pretty much a first choice bowling lineup for Barrow today. We, assuming everybody's fit. Mark Fisher and Ed Holdaway will probably open. Connor Jones first change. You've got Nick Heal's darty off spin and Guy Fisher's leg spin. I suppose the only thing you're missing is the flight and guile, I have to say that for him, of Frank Forge. Obviously he's away. Now it's going to be quick. Oh, he had to put the dive in. Oh, has he hurt himself? No, he's a big man, is Sam Mitchell, and he gave it the full length, all 6'12" of him. He's done himself a mischief there. Yeah, he's slumped over his bat. Yeah, did he go tummy first? Did he sort of belly flop the crease? Did he? Yeah, he hasn't got quite as much padding as I have. So I'd hold playing a sort of a one-handed sort of shot at that down the leg side. Oh, he's hit that very well. Man on the deep square leg boundary's done equally well, though. Body on the line. Stopped that going for 4. Went like a tracer bullet. That did, didn't it? As Tony Gregg used to say, like a tracer bullet. So I think Sam Mitchell's still struggling there. Look, he's definitely done something. That's a nice shot from Ed Holdaway. Only going to be 1, is it? Was there a bit of a fumble?
There was a fumble. It went just behind him, and
we only got 2. The school's moving along nicely now. So Rob Patch. Again, good line and length. Just the one, thickish inside edge. Umpires agree on as 1 to come. It's going to be a single. Eight overs, what's what? 8 overs, 1 for 44. Well, given that Josh Yellen took a bit of a shine to him in that over that went for 13 or so, that's quite a creditable return for young Rob. And, right. Yeah, that That's the just checking there as to how many overs were left, with the answer being none. So he makes that awful sign. Looks as though he's going to be garroted, but means that he's out. He's out. He's bowled his 8. That's it. That's the last we'll see of Rob Patch with the ball today. Duckworth. Yep. The opening bowler back. Yes. It was 18 came off that last mail over, didn't it? So I can understand then the desire of the captain to switch things round here. So anything in search of a sort of a quiet over, really. Sam Mitchell's now feeling his sort of thigh or hamstring, but I don't think it was there that he injured himself when he dived. Right, that's gone a long way. Was it one bounce? It's a long old boundary today, the square boundary. I think it was one bounce into the hedge, or into the netting. Right, there's a few people making the way. This might be a spare job. Is that too good? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen the ball, so I wouldn't know. Looks to me like it might have played 30 overs. Right, so we'll leave the rest of the batting side to look for the original ball. We're going to continue, I think, with a spare. The irony is that you hit the ball here for 6 and you usually find it, but the one bounce fours into the hedge can take quite a lot of hunting and searching. Now, Sam Mitchell wasn't ready there. I'm not quite sure why. Dead ball, obviously. You can't really say there was somebody moving behind the sight screen, can you? Because there's a hedge behind the sight screen. The only thing that occasionally moves is the odd bird flying in and out of it. But anyway, here we go. It's going to be another single. Also in the Rod's viewpoint area, I see Connor Jones's sister, Cara. Come up to watch. I thought he was waving at somebody. And a single. Well, he will injure himself trying to reach those. That was probably the widest wide we've had today. Oh, I don't think the fielder at long on saw that straight away, but he ended up moving to the right place. Did well in the end. Just a single. A bit gloomy actually here, isn't it?
It's getting a bit dark.
The clouds, it's very, I wouldn't say it's thick cloud, but there are some thicker ones amongst the lighter cloud. It's all cloud cover now. There's no blue sky, no sunshine. So into the over, 35 gone, 185 for 3. Dave Brooks then has got 3 overs to bowl, so He's drawn the short straw at the rod's viewpoint end. Just checking his field. So deep extra cover is being dispatched. We've got a deep square leg. I guess we've got a long off and long on. I can't see. Yes, we have. Yeah. So here we go. That was wide, and that's somewhere where there isn't anybody in the deep. So that's 4 runs to Mitchell, who's nicely into the 70s now, and well, he's still got time to maybe get to the magic 3 figures. It's not been one of his most fluent of innings, but he's battled it out and played well. Got stuck in. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, that was the commentator's curse, wasn't it, really? Normally, it used to be when I got the camera out to take a photo that they'd always get out, but now it's the commentator's curse. But that's well played by Sam Mitchell. 76. 109 balls. 7 fours on the 1 6.
Strike rate just under 70, so that's not bad.
Yeah, he played well. So he got that strike rate up from about 30 or 40 odd to 70 by the end of the innings. So yeah, well done. And Ben Hodges, the new batsman, then. So Joe Root's just made his 34th Test 100, 2 in a game. That's not bad going, is it? And overtaken Sir Alistair. Well, no doubt one day it'll be Sir Joe. Probably the way things go these days, maybe while he's still playing. I think Andy Murray got a night while he was still playing, didn't he? And yeah, so well done, Joe Root. Of course, another Yorkshireman. So 34 Test 100s, so that's only 34 more than me. So, so well done. And well, he doesn't look. I mean, he still looks like a teenager, doesn't he, Joe Root?
Yeah.
So no, he hasn't. He's as fresh-faced and youthful. He's maybe got another 34 in him. Who knows? It's his back that's the problem.
Yeah,
That's like those are the only 2 things that we've got in common, really. So the back problems. All right, Holdaway's gone for that one. That's 6. It was a low, flat 6, that one. It was, he didn't seem to pick it up. He just sort of just flat battered it low, and he got all of it. Oh, well, that's going to be a single. That's bounced off the extra cover fielder. Up the wicket there for Hodges. It's going to be a single. $13 off that over, so 4 overs to go, 198 for 4. So we were musing 220, weren't we? And well, actually 220 from this position would probably be a little bit disappointing now. I think they'll be maybe looking at 230, but sort of dentist time, 230. Yes, yeah. Actually, I've got the dentist coming up in a few weeks, so there we go. Well, unfortunately, there's no real news of what's going on elsewhere in Division 4 because the other games aren't being live scored. So Blagdon don't really know where they stand in relation to their. Right, where's that gone? That's gone straight over the tree for 6. He sort of squirted it for 6, didn't he? Sort of chopped across it. Again, another fade. Right, another spare ball needed. So we got another spare ball. Not sure this one's a round ball. It might fail going through the hoops, but it's a ball. That's a nice cut shot, just for a single though. So Ed Holdaway, I like the way he always carries his helmet when he runs from the non-striker. Reminds me of that monologue with his head tucked underneath his arm. Stanley Holloway. Has he caught that? He's caught that at short extra. James Roscoe, my word. He was slow to dive there. I thought the ball was going to pass him, but he timed it correctly and caught it Australian style, both hands facing upwards. And Ed Holdaway's out for 15. Just as he was going, yeah, Johnny Sykes coming in a little ahead of schedule. I think that's fairly obvious. Why? Big hitter, particularly against spin or medium pace. So 205 for 5. So we've got 2 points. It's definitely a chance of a third point here. Still all to play for. Yeah, so you don't really know where you stand because we've got no news from
No news at all.
of the Lions, who are at where are they? Old Bees.
They're actually at home. So Lions are at home to Old Bees, but
Right. Okay. And then the Barrow's opposition, Bedminster, are up to Long Ashton, and where this battle for third place. Long Ashton already going to come second. There's no doubt about that. But so right, so Sykes went for that, but he's got one of these what do you call them, sort of vests on with long sleeve vests that are peering out from under his Capio shirt, and that's bowled him, clean bowled, and that experiment did not last very long. And no, he's coming off rather sort of crestfallen, really. Not been a great season for Johnny with the bat. Did make 100 in a friendly game the other week, but really, I mean, he's better than a number 10 batsman, but he doesn't always get the performances that we would like to see. So is that the end of the over?
that was the end of the over.
So that was a good one for Blagdon. Only 7 off it.
7 off it with 2 wickets.
2 wickets.
Another point.
205 for 6. 3 points.
Yeah, 3
Yeah,
points
Blagdon
there.
3 points.
So we need 150 runs, and we'd be happy.
He could still get another couple of. Certainly, it would be not unknown for Barrow to be bowled out from this position. At the end of the day, there's nothing in it for them to preserve wickets. It's all about runs, isn't it? So Colin Jones now scurries off, thinking, "Oh God, he might have to bat after all." This is Nick Heel, who's come to the crease with his maroon hat. He also can hit a ball, as if it's bowled in the right area, which I shan't divulge. But but he's Ben Hodges now back on strike to the left arm spinner Brooks. It's going to be a single. I'm just going to bring Nick Heel on strike. Nick's got an unusual technique, which doesn't often involve a great deal of footwork. He's got good hand-eye, hockey player.
Okay, yeah, they tend to be good at cricket, don't they?
And enjoyed some success, the sort of lower order on occasions. Yeah, he normally likes it there. Yeah, it was a quick single. I'll get Nick off the mark. Looking for overthrows, none there. I know, mate. I know a doggy. Dog's getting very restive here. They can sense the end of the innings coming.
Yeah,
They can certainly Eli knows what 40 overs feels like because he's got used to it virtually every weekend this season. Shot from Hodges. That's going for 6 into the field. And he's moved very quickly to 16. Then another of those products of the Barrow Gurney junior system when it existed. Same age group as Johnny Sykes and Frank Forge, and Fisher twins are just that little bit younger, and with Bernie and some of the others. There's a full toss, which he's lashed down the ground for a single. So the over 38 gone, 214 for 6. So that 230 now is on. Well, Barrow 2 is 172 for 8 at Blagdon off 33 overs there. It's a 35 over game. Sorry to see that Mark Gracie only made 6 today, which is a shame because it might be his last innings for Barrow Gurney, having moved further into Somerset. Quick stumping, and yes, given. Umpire Brown, no hesitation there at square leg. And 7 down now, so nearly could still be another point here for Blagdon. Yeah, Barrow's chairman Phil Milton's going to come to the crease. He's been unceremoniously moved down the order from probably where he was going to bat, because he's normally expected to bat around 6 or 7 in the first team, but opens the batting when he's in the 2s, of course. Highlight of his season, a great 176 not out against Nailsy 2s. Up here on anniversary day, the 1st of June 1874, the club was founded, and it was on the 1st of June 2024 that he hit that 176 not out, the highest score in the club's history. And to the joy of everybody apart from the 9 Nailsy fielders, who and they started with 11, but one went in the fetlock early on, and then a new player that they were delighted to join them, who was actually Brian, our old friend from Bath Exiles, dropped a catch, broke a finger, and that was the last we saw of him. So yeah, they finished with 9. Oh, that leapt up off a length, didn't it? Phil's probably thinking, why have you saved that for me? The ball's done nothing all afternoon. I mean, everybody's hitting it to all parts, and then I come in and bubble it around my nose. But keepers stood up as well, rather optimistically. So no run there. So 176 all out at Blagdon, Barrow made. So anyway, we'll see how competitive that is. At least they're getting a game with the seconds game being defaulted by Backwell Flax. Where's that gone, Phil? That's 4, and that made a very satisfying noise as it hit the advertising hoardings there down by the scoreboard. Oops, bit of a Jack Douglas moment there by the wicket keeper. So got 39 gone, 219 for 7. So maximum batting points for Barrow Gurney. So far 3 points for Blagdon, maybe chance of one more in this final over. So to summarise, on a reasonably bright day, or so it started, with just 1 or 2 clouds in the air. Connor Jones, Barrow's captain, won the toss, elected to bat first, and after which the clouds started rolling in, and the innings has been played in, well, largely in modestly gloomy and overcast conditions. It's not really cold, but it's not exactly August the 31st weather either. Guy Fisher and Sam Mitchell opened the batting. Guy was out fairly early on for 5. They then followed a good little partnership between Sam Mitchell and Mark Brown. Mark Brown looked particularly fluent and raced to 22 before hitting probably the worst delivery he'd received straight back to the bowler. That's gone right up in the air from Ben Hodges. This is for a point. Oh, he didn't really get terribly near that, did he? No, that wasn't one of the greatest efforts. Single there to Hodges, 219 for 7. Yes, so Mark Brown was caught and bowled by Ed Dean as a flat batting, a half tracker straight back to the bowler. Josh Yellen then came in. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Phil Milton, but is he going to be caught? He is. He's caught on the boundary. He picked it up nicely, but it's a long old hit there down to deep mid wicket, and that's another point there. So that's 4 points. So you're nearly home and hosed here. So skipper Connor Jones replaces Milton, who made 8. Well, something funny's gone with the scoreboard. It's not reset the batsman's score there. I don't quite know. So anyway, it'll probably reset when the next run goes on. But no, that's Connor. Connor Jones is in. Connor Jones, who was the meat in the Jake Rowe hat-trick, unfortunately, on Monday in the MCC game. So he was the middle of the 3. So hopefully he'll survive a little bit longer here. Yes, he has, but other than that. So great partnership over 100 between Josh Yelland and Sam Mitchell. Josh Yelland really did inject some pace into the innings. Ooh. And is that's the last ball of the innings, and that's going to be 220 for 8 then at the conclusion. So Josh Yellen made a really good 65 with 3 sixes and really pushed the singles as well. Sam Mitchell, who batted so patiently, eventually got to 50 and then opened his shoulders and was out eventually for a well-made 76. And then the lower order, as it has done so often throughout this season, it didn't really produce as much as it might. So in terms of the bowling figures, Mike Duckworth was the pick of the figures anyway. 8 overs, 4 for 39. Rob Patch, 8 overs, 1 for 44. Ed Dean, 8 overs, 1 for 31. Martin Male, 5 overs for 31. David Brooks was a bit expensive and got a bit of tap towards the end, 1 for 57 off 7. And Adam Burrows, 3 overs for 17. So that's going to be the tea interval here at Hobbs Lane. So we'll be back shortly. You're listening and watching Barrow Gurney Television, coming live from Hobbs Lane. So welcome back to Hobbs Lane for the second innings of this game between Barrow Gurney first 11 and Blagdon first 11 in Division 4 of the Bristol and District League. Barrow Gurney batted first, made 220 in their innings, so Blagdon are now setting out in pursuit of 221. The most immediate target is a batting point, which will bring them relative safety in terms of their position in this division, as they needed 6 points to be 100% certain of not finishing in the relegation places. I think it'd be fairly unlikely that the Lions are going to take 20 points off Old Bees, but you never know, I suppose. So Sam Barlow will be and Charlie Ward opening the batting. Barlow will be on strike. He's going to take strike to Ed Holdaway, who's going to bowl from the Buckham Village end and is doing some various stretching exercises at the moment. So Barrow have 2 slips, a gully, a point, a silly extra rather than a short. I think he qualifies as silly there. He's not short, is he? He's definitely silly. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket. It was a man at third man as well. Here comes Ed Holdaway. Ed has been out for a week or so with a touch of the summer flu. Barrow Gurney's premier all-rounder in the bowling. Usually has been opening the batting as well this season, but not today. That's through him. That's a full toss. He likes it there. Well, everybody likes it there, don't they? Underway it goes for 4. Gets the Blagdon reply underway. Yeah, so Barrow's 220 was composed of a nice innings from Sam Mitchell. 70 odd from him. 60 odd from Josh Yelland, who played very nicely. Quick single, Guy Fisher succeeded in hitting the batsman rather than the stumps. So I'm in the commentary box here with Matt Colwell, the Blagdon scorer, who's phoning home at the moment, so like E.T. Matt, before we get too far in, what's the run rate required? It should be easily work. 5 point. It ought to be easy to work out as it's 220, shouldn't it, really? But there we go. I thought I'd let you do the math, as they say. So that's 1 to Ward to get him off the mark. So Barrow's bowling attack is likely to compose Ed Holdaway and probably Mark Fisher at this end, although Mark Fisher normally bowls the first over. So you never know. Last games of the season, funny things happen. People bat in unfamiliar positions, and people who don't normally bowl. You know, it's sometimes can happen like that. But I'm assuming that will be the case. Johnny Sykes will bowl some of his express pace and bounce, but never really quite sure where it's going to go. We've got leg spin from Guy Fisher, off spin from Nick Heel. Connor Jones, of course, will bowl his brisk medium swinging deliveries. It will be Mark Fisher. He hands his hat there to the umpire. So, well, as always, from the Rod's viewpoint end. Right arm over. So we'll be looking to take a few wickets to put some pressure on Mr. Tabraze to be the top wicket taker in the whole of the B&D. So yeah, early on in the season, I mean, he just couldn't stop taking fifers. It was unbelievable. We have a thing here, Matt. We're sponsored by Lily's Cider, and they give a free pint of Lily's Cider to the man of the match or player of the match. And so which is great. And Mark Fisher won it 3 weeks running, and he doesn't drink. So that was really quite totally inappropriate. And beats the bat first time up, as he so often does. So yeah. So anyway, he was did the obligatory picture with the bottle of cider, but not a drop past his lips, I'm afraid. Not because he doesn't like it, because he just doesn't drink. So, but yeah, there we are. So a few others enjoyed it on his behalf. So brother Guy rather likes a fruit cider, so that was okay. So Nick Heel diving full length there to save any run at all. So everyone's looking really cold out there. So poor old Cara's sat out there. She looks freezing. Our producer Josh Hall, he's wrapped up like an Nanook of the North. He's freezing as well. It really isn't summer weather. Little uppish, but he's got most of that. It's going to be 1. Ben Hodges comes round. That'll be 2. 2's a Ward. So meteorological autumn starts tomorrow. So leaves will start turning on the trees, and that's a nice looking shot. It's going to be 1, coming back for 2. Nick Heel's in action again. And it comes. That was a nice shot for no runs. So the field for Mark Fisher. 2 slips of gully. Deep third ban under the tree by the equipment shed. Point. Cover. Mid off, mid on. Mid wicket. And that short extra cover position. And that went to Sam Mitchell's right for a single. 2 overs gone. 11 for no wicket. So the umpire at the far end, the Butker Village, and he looks frozen, doesn't he? Look at him. He's got his arms crossed as if he's sort of trying to keep himself tucked up and warm. That's a lovely shot through extra cover, going down the hill, runs away for 4 every time. Yeah, it was a nice shot. Wasn't a half volley, but he just leaned into it. Here at the full face of the bat. Oh, good comeback from Ed Holdaway. Pace and bounce. tall Johnny Sykes. He's not much gets past him with his wingspan. He seems to replace Sam Mitchell in that short extra, and he's not. He's now more a short extra than a silly extra. He's a few paces back from where Sam was. Well, they're going for a quick single here. This could be trouble. Oh, he didn't gather the ball. Phil Milton didn't gather the ball. Although I think a direct hit might have been needed anyway. But, oh, Ben Hodges. Quick on that. Not bad for a wicket keeper out there in the mid-off. Positive start, though, by Blagdon. Full toss. This probably won't go for 4. Guy Fisher's after giving it the sliding tackle. 2 runs. Just flicking through some old scores, just randomly keeping an eye on Division 9 West, although the Barrow 2s are already confirmed as champions of that division. One of their rivals for the... it's going to be quick. Oh, I think that might have been out if that hit. That was Guy Fisher there, mid-on. Very, very quick onto that. Released the ball well in one motion. Yeah, Tamil Nadu, who were 3rd in that division, and beat Barrow Gurney, one of the only teams to beat Barrow Gurney in that division. Having an interesting game against Oldfield Park. They play at Nailsea. 83 all out were Oldfield Park. Tamil Nadu 8 for 4 off 5 overs. So that sounds like a snake pit, doesn't it? Really, I mean, it's yeah, right. Oh well, I just thought that was interesting, but don't think much else going on around. Can't give you any scores from Division 4 because apart from this game, we keep you well updated from Hobbs Lane, but no one else seems to know what's going on. That's going to be a single. Johnny Sykes again took the weight off that. What's your knowledge of US rap like?
Not particularly great, to be honest. I know a few of them, but
that was a bit uppish, that wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, apparently, newsflash, Fat Man Scoop, whoever he might be, has died.
I have heard the name actually.
Died suddenly while doing a concert, according to the BBC News. Just buzzed up on my phone now. Wonder whether you're a fan of Fat Man Scoop.
I'm not a fan. No,
Right.
definitely not. But I have heard the name.
Right, well, you're one up on me. I'd never heard of him. God rest his soul. But is this the regular Blagdon opening partnership?
We haven't really got a regular one, to be honest, because the team changes week to week. But this is the same as last week, and I think they put on.
Oh, they're going for a quick single here.
50 odd last week.
And they're going to get it comfortably.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so it's well, it's like anything in village cricket, availability, so
Exactly.
different week on week, isn't it?
Charlie Ward is our regular opener anyway. Sam Barlow, when he plays, he does tend to open, but doesn't always. So.
Right.
Charlie's the only consistent, really. So he's an under 15 and plays with Rob Patch in the Somerset.
Right.
So he's a good little bat.
Yeah, he looks well set up. He's playing nicely so far. 13 not out at the moment.
Yeah.
To take strike to Ed Holdaway. 21 for no wicket off 4. So up at the rate very far. Obviously Barrow got off to a very slow start.
Six at this 6 for none.
Yes.
Stage,
so it's all a bit
came at the end,
bit misleading.
Yeah, definitely.
Have you got the worm on your computer there?
I don't think there's a worm, but it does have a comparison, an over comparison.
Ah.
Over by over. So yeah, got a little thing there, but yeah, I don't think it's got a worm.
I've got a worm as such. No. Right. That's a wide. I think that was an attempt at the slower ball. He's got a good range of slower balls as Ed Holdaway, and I think that was one of those, trying to get Ward to play a little bit early. It didn't. That was misdirected. Oh, he took 2 or 3 paces up the wicket there, and well, he played that very nicely through mid wicket down towards the scoreboard, and he only got all of that. Just little shimmy down the wicket there. I don't think Ed Holdaway will like to see that. Oh, was a claim for a catch behind, not out. Oh, well, that really bounced. Yeah, I think I wasn't surprised that he had one up there by his ears, given that he just shimmied up the wicket and plonked him through mid wicket. Ed Holdaway wouldn't like that. Smart Fish is going to continue from the Rod's viewpoint end. Connor Jones is directing the troops before disappearing off to a deepish sort of mid wicket. Looks a little high, maybe straight, but a little high. Optimistic. It was a lone shout, though. He didn't get a lot of support from behind the wicket, did he? I mean, it was a... So, one thing you do know about Barrow Gurney is if they all go up, it must be somewhere pretty close, because they're not one of these teams that appeal madly for everything. There are a few of those in this division, but... Oh, great delivery. Oh, Phil Milton can't believe that. Slips in the game. Mark Brown's certainly taken a few catches this season at slip. Oh, that's in the air, but safe. Connor Jones is herring after it like a greyhound, and keeps them down to 2. Chipped really to backward square leg, but there wasn't a backward square leg, so ultimately a pretty safe shot. Quick single again, Guy Fisher once more. He's going to hit the stumps at some point, because this is about his 4th go. Law of averages, he's going to hit them next time, so be warned. It's a way off the pad, I think. Probably be a leg by. There's a signal. The wind is really getting up here again. It's blowing a gale, and it's really not a very summery. I think we were very lucky on Monday with the MCC game and the weather, but this is if it had been like this, it would have been, well, put a bit of wet blanket on the day. But still got a good number of spectators. It looks like we're going to have a bowling change. I think we're going to have some early leg spin into the proceedings. So we're going to have the other Fisher twin, Guy, on the far end. So Mark Brown has been dispatched off the pitch to get the face mask for the well, this is actually the full helmet for Phil Milton. So that's where he was going. I didn't think he was going to go and field down there, but Sam Mitchell and Johnny Sykes decided to have a conversation between the two giants. So they're at extra cover. Josh Allen's having a chat with Nick Hill, all very sort of laconic pace at the moment. Right, so when everybody settles, we might have an idea about the fields. Like Nick Hill's decided to warm up, and maybe he's going to bowl some of his off spin shortly. Maybe spin is the place to go. No, so we're going to have a deep square leg. That's going to be Connor Jones himself. As Guy Fisher starts right on the money. We've got a mid-on, mid-wicket, nobody at cow, deep backward square, man on the 45. And on the offside, we've got a mid-off, extra cover, still relatively short. Somebody on the deep cover fence, an orthodox cover point, and short third man or backward point, depending on how you want to call it. Quicker ball. Well, that was short. Connor Jones is really quick and keeps them down to 2. And some of the highlights of this season at Hobs Lane has been Connor Jones's fielding. We've had some really memorable moments. I remember a memorable catch, him running around the boundary at the far end, and never thought he'd get within a country mile of it, and taking a catch and run out against Bedminster, I think it was, that started the rot there for them. That was some breathtaking fielding. Just shows how fielding can lift a team. 32 for no wicket off 7. It's an all Fisher attack. Fortunately, Guy now a spin bowler, because he used to have a longer run up the mark. When he first started playing for Barrow Junior, he used to run in from the other side of the sight screen. And he's really taken to leg spin. Oh, big appeal. I think he fancied that a little bit more. Certainly height wasn't an issue on that one. That skidded through. But again, could have had a bit more support from those behind the wicket, perhaps. Make the umpire think again about it. But that's a wide, fired down the leg. So I didn't get many wides from Mark Fisher. He is the sort of player you can even bowl to a 7-2 field sometimes. When he used to play on a Sunday, and I was Sunday captain, he would have a 7-2 field. Well, it's pad again. It might go for 4, and has 4 leg byes. Signalled with good balance by the umpire. Yes. Well, the wind is really howling through the commentary box now. It's getting up. It's probably the remnants of storm something or other. Okay, that's a wide. I wonder if the wind's affecting the bowling a bit. I wonder if it's affecting Mark Fisher, because he's normally quite metronomic. Well, it is whisking across the ground. Look at the trees over there by the equipment shed. I mean, they really are. They're bending, aren't they? They're not just bolt at the top blowing about. Well, that was an edge. Genuine edge. But slip has come out now. And might have been straight down his throat if he... 4 runs. Well, Nick Heal's definitely putting in a bid to bowl. He's whirling his arms around like nobody's business. Hasn't got any competition in the off-spin department, so... sounded a bit bat and paddy, a bit high. Didn't have a lot going for it really, but certainly beat the bat, or beat the middle of the bat. Few players with hands on hips. You get the impression this innings isn't going according to Barrow's plan at the moment. So all it would take is a couple of wickets though to liven them up, I feel. Thing is, from Barrow's point of view, there's rarely needed to be a plan B this year. Mark Fisher's just always taken wickets at the top of the innings, and don't really need to have a fallback plan. He's just usually taking two, sometimes taking more. You're automatically taking care of the openers. But maybe he's tiring, as it's been a long season. Bowled a lot of overs. Yeah, he doesn't look too happy with himself as he walks back down to the 45 position. Nick Heel continuing to swing his arms around. Well, I suppose he's going to have to replace Mark Fisher at this end, but he's only bowled 4. He usually bowls at least 6 in a opening spell, but who knows. Guy Fisher again. Yeah, more Blagdon spectators as word gets around that they're heading for safety. Oh, he's up the wicket there, but that's gone through everything. And that's 4 byes. Oh, and that was a stumping chance. I mean, Phil Milton didn't really get anywhere near that. The ball, I mean, it lifted, didn't it? Lifted and possibly turned as well. And but beat the bat, beat the keeper, 4 byes. Now, what's that? Ball by, they're coming back for 2. Yeah, 2 more byes. Yeah. Oh, it's Connor Jones. He's under that. It's a no ball. It's a no ball. And they have to get back quickly. Oh, goodness me. It was all happening. I was watching the catch, which I could just about see. Then I saw the umpire had his hand out. Then there were batsmen scurrying in all directions, frantically trying to make their ground. And, well, that result was an ordinary-looking single in the scorebook, but it was by no means ordinary. So 50's up for Blagdon in good time in the 9th over. $51 for no wicket off 9. Well, that arm whirling was not in vain. Nick Heel is now going to come on at the Rod's viewpoint end. Shaven-haired figure. I wonder if he's lost his green cap. Because no, he always wears this. It's an awful green thing. It is. It's not a Barrow cap, and I know there was a move to try and get everybody to wear Barrow caps for the MCC game. So he dispensed with the green cap. Maybe he misplaced it. Well, maybe somebody half-inched it in order to make sure he couldn't wear it. But anyway, he's bareheaded today, which he would be anyway when he was bowling. But so yeah, flings the mark down and come off 3 or 4 paces, bowling a sort of flattish off spin as he bowls. Got away with that one. A flock of birds over there at the Buckham viewpoint end, flying around in the wind. Well, that was short, and he just basically, well, lobbed it, really. I mean, it wasn't a shot of any anger, was it, at all? It was a very gentle sort of pull. I mean, very effective, and it ran away for 4, but as this sort of just helped it on its way, really, with the deftest of touches. Well, that was a bit more aggression then, again short. Ben Hodges out there. Good arm he's got. Well, it's going to be 4 something else's. Wide. This is becoming a bit of a disaster so far. I mean, the number of extras. How many extras have we had?
That's up to 20 now.
20. So that equals they've got. So really, they're the third batsman in this partnership, aren't they? We've got 21, 20, and 20. Yeah, it's evenly distributed. Yeah. Well, that's short. That was a rank long hop, and that's going out for 4 as well. Sam Mitchell, no, is just going to stop it. No, he hasn't, I gather. Well, but that cheer by the batting team, I don't think he can have done.
I don't know. I think there's a bit of confusion there, but
who else was?
There were 2.
Oh, Mark Fisher was also involved in that little effort at fielding. Yes. It was just the cheer from the batting side. I thought they thought it had gone for 4. That's short as well, and wide. And Phil Milton's got his. I didn't get his gloves to it, but he got his body to it, so that prevented it going away. This is well, all that arm whirling, and it's a polite inquiry there, more not really a demanding appeal. Well, Connor Jones won't want to see his reign as Barrow captain end with a sort of a game that fizzles out to an easy win for Blagdon, but at the minute it's not looking all that much trouble, apart from the no ball really, which was hitting the air, and the odd edge, but after the slip had moved. Blagdon and 2s though, they're 46 for 3 now in chasing 181. Blimey, the wicket takers, a motley crew they are in that game. We'll come back to that as that's going away for at least a single. Well, Phil the Power Taylor's taken a wicket. There's nothing unusual in that. Good left arm bowler. Mark Gracie has taken a wicket. Well, there's something very unusual in that. He is an avowed non-bowler. And Bernie Forge has taken a wicket with her off spin. Well, presumably with her off spin. Rumour has it on the family rumour mill she was rather unhappy at being given out, run out, when she was stood in her crease by all accounts. But that's only her version of it. Obviously, we'll hear from the Barrow umpire who gave her out at some point later in the Inquisition. That's another run there. So, William Greatorix who plays for you, is he the son of a vicar? No. There's a Richard Greatorix who's a vicar in Tumagna. He's not the son of a vicar or a nephew of a vicar, because there is a Richard Greatorix who's the vicar at Tumagna now. It's not not exactly the common name, is it?
No, it's not, is it? No.
I just wondered.
Yeah, there may be some competition, but it's definitely not.
Right. Okay. Well, that was short. Connor Jones called into action again. There'll only be one. If they're sensible, there'll only be one.
Yeah.
Oh, he's hit the stumps.
Ooh.
He's hit the stumps from deep square leg. I did tell them it should only be one. And right, well that's caused a bit of undressing from Phil Milton. I think he's decided he's too hot with the short sleeve sweater. Although why he thinks he's too hot, he's absolutely freezing. It's blowing a gale. So he's dispensing with that. Someone's going to be asked to run that off the field. That's Mark Fisher's the volunteer for that. Off it comes. Sadiq Heel's first over went for 15. And that's without the buys, was it? Or was that including the...
That was in. There were no buys off of Heels. It
Oh,
was,
was
it was Fisher's last over that had
right,
the
okay.
buys in it. So it had a 5 wides and another wide.
5 wides and another one, right, okay. Okay, well, that was a better delivery because guided away for a single. That's a bit short again now. Johnny Sykes is down there. He's got a good arm. Yeah, big Sam Mitchell managed to get down to that one. I see a brace of patches wandering around in the distance over the far end. That's well bowled, well played, and well fielded. Cricket there, Josh Yelland preventing a run at short third man. So Chris is probably telling Robert, well, when I was here, I hit the ball out the ground here, and did I ever tell you the time when, and all that sort of thing. Yeah, I can imagine. Oh, and where's that gone? Ben Hodges is not going to get there. He was coming round there, but he'd gone a bit straighter at Cow. So 4 runs, 75 for no wicket off 12. Well, this is really a galloping start by Blagdon.
41 for 2 is the comparison.
41 for 2, Barrow at the same stage. Well, yeah, they were struggling at this stage, and that was just before Mark Brown and... well, no, it was just when Josh Yelland had come in, wasn't it, to join Sam Mitchell. And then things motored on for a bit, but mainly after drinks. Before the drinks, it was a bit more turgid. That's a wide. Yeah, well, there's a sense of being rather easy for Blagdon at the moment, but it's a full toss. It's gone for 4 as well. Well, something tells me we might be in for an early bath tonight. I mean, it's as Eddie Waring used to say, dear old Eddie Waring. Yeah, I was in for the early bath, and
I've seen us play before. We can easily lose from a very good position. So yeah.
I admire your confidence.
Not counting our chickens.
I employ you to do the inspiring team talk between innings, Matt. But, yeah, absolutely. A much needed dose of realism. But, yeah, the thing is, Owen, he does beat the bat, but not getting any reward for it. So there's a council of war down at deep cover. You've got Ben Hodges, who's actually the deep cover fielder, Chris Patch and Robert Patch. All stood down there chewing the cud. Well, of course, in my day, so Chris will say the pitch never turned here anyway. Mind you, in his day, there was probably the outfield was probably 6 inches long, and he could. But no, that's a bit unkind. It's not that long ago. That's a nice shot. Connor Jones isn't going to get to that one. It shows you how well it was hit. That was beautiful strike. Made a lovely sound off the bat. 84 for no wicket off 13. Well, Barrow looking a bit flat in the field, needing a bit of inspiration. So if we're judging who's going to bowl based on arm swinging, it's going to be Johnny Sykes next, I think. Next cab off the rank, and what a very tall cab he is. Certainly it will liven things up if he comes on to bowl. May not quell the scoring rate, but you never know which Johnny Sykes is going to turn up. Oh, lovely. Nick Heel can't stop a single there. Stole a single. Chris Patchen now pointing out various things to Robert down there. This is the tree that I hit the ball into, and probably didn't, it wasn't even there. Not single. This is Connor Jones, though. Oh, that was a little unusually wide for him, but Phil Milton managed to stop overthrows. Connor holds his shoulder. I have to say that wasn't one of my best. Well, that's beaten everybody again. It's going to be a bye. So Phil Milton having a bit of a tough time behind the stumps. That's wide as well. We're wearing out our umpire's light bulb, weren't they?
Yeah.
The amount of signals we're getting at the moment. Again, the wind picks up, more than a rustle through the trees. Right, well, it looks like there's going to be another change of bowling at the Buckham Village end. The tall figure of Johnny Sykes has picked up the bowling marker, and he's going to measure out his run, so we can expect some excitement here. So this will be an interesting test for Mr. Barlow. Meanwhile, Sam Mitchell's practicing his chip shots at extra cover, so chipping one into the imaginary green at the Rod's viewpoint end. As I used to say on Stingray, anything could happen in the next half hour. Well, that was short and a top edge for 4. A bit of a free hit, really. That not really in danger of getting caught. No fly, it's a fly slip job that would have been, wouldn't it? Extra pace and bounce. Alright, Connor Jones now is going into a fly slip, I think. Is he? Or is he going to third man? Might be going all the way to third man. Difficult to tell, he's in my blind spot here. Same ball, different result. Caught at short third. Well, that was exactly the right idea. I didn't think he was the fielder put there for that, but he went straight to Josh Yelland, who took that one-handed above his head, backpedaling frantically, it should be said. So that was well done. That was a good knock, though. 34 he made. So Johnny Sykes strikes. Takes the first wicket for Barrow. So the new batsman is James Rusco. Tall with maroon cap. A little bit of shouting going on. Well, these are words of encouragement, I think they are. The words "Come on, Barrow." The patches come past us. They've finished their grand tour of the Hobbs Lane ground. Doubt Chris has run out of memories yet, but maybe enough for another couple of laps later on. Bernie Forge has taken another wicket. So now Jordan Allen's taken a wicket, though. Jordan Allen is a wicket keeper with a broken finger, so can't keep wicket, and hasn't bowled this season as far as I'm aware. So it's funny, strange things happening at Blagdon. Strange things indeed. But there we go. But to be fair, Bernie does bowl quite a bit of women's cricket for Bridgewater. No, she's not able to keep these days because of her hand injuries. So she's not totally given up on maybe keeping in the future, but I don't think she'll be keeping against people like Johnny Sykes wiggling it down. So, well, I mean, look at that. Look at that. I mean, Phil Milton did exceptionally well to stop that. Yeah, it was quick. He didn't really bounce that one and fizzed down the leg side. And he threw himself full length. I'm ready for an afternoon nap, you know. I'm quite tired. Oh, no, that's coming away down to deep fine leg. It's just one. No signal, so it's off the bat. Right, someone's got to bowl this end. It looks like it is going to be Nick to continue. It didn't look awfully keen. Connor Jones says, "What do you want to do with? What do you want to do with Ed?" There we are. I don't want him there. Move him to the 45. And there he goes. He's not really on the 45 there. He's more on the sort of 30. And now he's moving.
You're right, Storm. You're a good girl. Good girl. Yeah, good girl. You're a good boy as well. You are. Yes, I know. You want to commentate? Do you?
Well, this is all taking an awfully long time. I don't really know what's going on. We seem to be moving imaginary fielders who don't exist at the moment. Oh, Ben Hodges is appearing. He's coming in from the from deep cow to mid wicket. It was a relatively simple manoeuvre. It was something that took 2 minutes to organise, but anyway, there we are. Nicely done. Mark Brown quickly in. Well, that's running away towards the boundary, but Mark Fisher's there. It's going to be 2. Well, that's a nice shot. 4 runs. Just got the Ritz through that, didn't he? Yeah, 100 for 1. 100 for 1 coming up in the 16th over, so they're flying here, Blagdon.
By comparison, 53 for 2.
Yeah, 53 for 2, yes. It was slow going, wasn't it? Just before drinks. Yeah. Well, they're not going to have to accelerate. They just need to keep going. So you're still looking at points for safety here. I think you'll be looking at a win here. I think you're gonna come away with a hat full of points. I think. This could mean that Barrow end up slipping down to 5th, which wouldn't be a really adequate reflection of their season, apart from the fact I suppose they have lost too many games. Has that bowled him? I thought we couldn't see because Mark Brown at extra cover was between me and the stumps, so I couldn't see the stumps. I thought he looked startled. I thought he might just have nicked it to the keeper, but he's chopped that on. So that's 100 for 2 now. And that's 7 for James Rusco. And we're going to have a new batsman.
Toby Barlow, who is the brother of Sam Barlow.
So this is another Barlow. Oh, my Hornby and my Barlow long ago, that famous poem of the 1800s, if you know your cricket history. We have a brace of Barlows. Eddie Barlow, he was a good player, South African, played for Derbyshire. Remember him? All-rounder, used to bowl medium pace. I think he used to wear specs when batting, didn't he? Which was quite unusual. Obviously Boycott did in his early days, but and I did throughout my career, although I'm not placing myself with anywhere near that league. Right, so he's not going to face, because that was the end of the over, was it? So Johnny Sykes then, with his quick and bouncy and lively seamers. Well, that's come off the bat, I think. This was down to fine leg, but it's only going to be a single. There's room in the back of the box. He could come in as well, he'd be alright. Just having a little nosh here. Poor Junie, you can't leave him outside.
sort out the wasps, though.
That was Connor Jones very quick on it again at short third man. Joined in the commentary box by our producer Josh Hall. Coming to the end of the season, Josh, and these televised live stream games. In trouble here, Mark Brown. Well, if the throw had been straight, maybe a bit harder. Wasn't really committed to that bit of fielding.
Stop it,
So we've had some good games on the live stream this year. That's a wide. I think probably the most dramatic game, although one that ended in defeat for Barrow, was the game against Old Bees here, where 6 were needed off the last over, and Barrow contrived to lose 2 wickets, and yeah, poor old Kieran Owen, I shall always remember him coming in to face the last ball, had to get something on it, and it was virtually a wide, but it wasn't called, and they couldn't get a bat on it, and sort of image of Guy Fisher sitting on the outfield, ruining the loss for about what seemed like half an hour, but it was probably near a minute, but will remain with us. But we've had some good fun in between times too. We had the drama of the what was his name? Lovely chap from Tamil Nadu who was almost timed out, took forever to get dressed, and he sort of walked, after about 3.5 minutes, eventually arrived at the crease, still doing his pads up and his gloves, and he got there. Then he turned out to be left-handed, so there was another hiatus while the field all changed. And then the poor chap got a first baller, and it was a lovely moment of how cricket goes. He took all this time he'd taken to get himself ready, and it was all over in an instant. And that was that. Really, that was quite a moment that amused me anyway. We had Mark Fisher take a wicket with the first ball of the game against Bedminster, also against Uni Staff, although in completely different circumstances. One was a wild shot up in the air again from the Uni Staff opener, and the other was an edge to slip, more conventional. No run there. We had Frank taking 6 here against Old Bees when he should have taken 8 because he had 2 catches dropped off him. We had Fergus Skinner's first 100 for the 2s. Good knock. Bernie getting out in the 80s when she should have gone and made 100. She was livid. Wells a full toss, been swung away. I don't think Nick's been at his best here in this spell. Well fielded by Ben Hodges. No, they're not being live scored. So it's all a bit quite. If Blagdon gets 125, they're not really that bothered because they've got enough points to stay up. Obviously, if we don't win, which we're not going to have a chance. We could get overtaken by the Sri Lankans. Well, we're not going to go up anyway, are we now? We'd have to win here and Bedminster lose and finish third, and then it's all in the sort of melting pot, isn't it? Really. It's gone down to fine leg. For a single, no, a leg by. nicely played off the toes. Mark Brown's in hot pursuit, but that's the short part of the boundary there when it cuts in by the net, and yeah, into 41 now. Charlie Ward played nicely. That's Bon Jovi time. We're halfway there. But I don't think Blagdon are going to need any prayers here. They seem to be flowing nicely. That was I think that was short. I didn't actually see whether that pitched or not. It's very difficult in this gloom, isn't it?
Yeah, I haven't been able to pick the ball up at all today.
I wouldn't want to be facing Johnny Sykes, I tell you, on a day like this. Low cloud. Yeah. Let's have another collie joining us in here now. So we've got we're a three collie combox. So wide. Oh, is it going to hit the helmet? Oh, nearly. Oh. Yeah, nearly the old penalty runs there. That's the last thing Barrow would need. Always surprised how people still do that. Yeah. And it happens remarkably often. Hey. Got a bit of growling in the collie central here in the commentary box. Oh, that's beautifully driven. Beautiful straight drive for 4. Well, moves on to 45. He's playing very nicely. So one over to go before drinks then. Warm drinks, I would have thought, were in order today. Oh, that is so sweet. There's one of the dogs alongside the commentary box is wearing a hoodie. It's that sort of day. Oh, that's gone for 4 as well. And Nick's just not got his length right today. What are his figures, Matt?
1 for 37 off 5.2 at the moment.
So a little bit expensive. Just a single there. Ed Holdaway comes round. That's another nice shot. That's gone for 4 as well, and well, Blagdon really cruising at the moment. 126 for 2. They're going to have a drink just to make sure they can keep refreshed and keep their fluid levels up, ready for the final part of this run chase. So while they have a drink, we'll do the same. You're watching Barrow Gurney Television. It's coming live from Hobbs Lane. Well, welcome back to Barrow Gurney Television for this final part of the game between Blagdon and Barrow Gurney in Division 4. Barrow Gurney made 220 for 8 in their 40 overs and 126 for 2 at halfway. Blagdon Barrow just been having a little powwow in the middle, trying to come up with some strategies to prevent these Blagdon batsmen cruising to their total. But Connor Jones thought this was a slightly above par score. He said ball wasn't, flying through. It wasn't a road out there, he said, but certainly Blagdon making it look as if it is. Anyway, Connor himself is going to come on now and bowl from the Buckham Village end as we head into this last part of the game, our last stint on commentary this season. So, and immediately he starts with a big shout, an anguished shout. Got a little bit more support than some of the shouts earlier, but the umpire, either he was frozen to the spot or he was certainly unmoved, wasn't he? It's it's not warm out there. Oh, it's down the leg side. So it's been a bit of an experiment this year with the commentary on live stream. I know some of you have enjoyed it. I had some positive comments, and thank you very much for those. It's just going to be a single down to the deep third man. It was nice to hear the other week. I was talking to a couple of the opposition batsmen, and they were saying, well, I did wonder what you were going to say about that shot I hit, and then he came off and said, "You said it was a bit of a slap through the offside." He said, "You know what? You were right." He said. So I thought, oh well, that's quite affirming. So it was okay. So I said, yeah, but the next shot I said was an exquisite cover drive, and he said, well, yeah. So I wasn't wrong then either. So but, there we are. We've had some good fun commentating on people from all the teams. We've got the local constabulary, by the sound of it, on their way. I hope there's not an accident up by the airport or something. There's an awful lot of Ninours going past. Blue lights. Making an awful lot of noise. This stretch of the A38 here by Barrow Gurney, it does see an awful lot of accidents, which are not being improved any, despite millions of pounds being spent on roadworks in this area, producing not needed bus lanes. But sorry, that's a political point there. I shouldn't steer away from controversy in my last session on commentary, but there we go. They did seem to spend millions digging up the Barrow Gurney junction, only to make it an awful lot worse for just about everybody. Anyway, it kept people in jobs for a while, so I suppose that's a good thing. Right, what's going on? Connor Jones can't bowl at both ends, despite having the ball. So we're going to Nick Heal's going to continue his spell. Just feel that they maybe are missing the flight and the variations of Frank Forge. But then, as I've said before, I would say that, wouldn't I? But that's not because he's been dropped this time, although he's had that ignominy on at least 2 occasions this season. Oh, that was a half-tracker. And he's wallaced it straight to mid-on. It could have, anywhere else would have been 4. So, well, less than 100 needed now. It'll be a wide. It's become no clearer as to whether they are actually playing leg side wides or not, is it? By no means everything that appears to have gone down the leg side is being called, but most things have. Because a lot of the games I'm umpiring these days, we play what they call profile wides. Have you heard of those, Matt? Profile ones. Well, so it's in effect it is leg side wides, but it's not everything. So if if the batsman moves from their stance in playing the shot, and if they hadn't moved from their stance, it would have hit them.
Yeah.
It's not a wide. So you get some people who will quite open in their stance and have maybe got their left leg well outside leg stump. Then they move it out to be in line to play classically.
Yeah.
But if it would have hit that leg whilst it was hanging around outside leg stump, it's not a wide. So and we play that quite a lot in some of the. Because I think bowlers have it pretty hard. I don't know. I'm not a bowler and never was, but I think they have it pretty hard because you're damned if you do, damned if you can't. You can't bowl here, you can't bowl there. The batsman can leap around all over the place like a jackrabbit, and it's going to be 2 there. Nice shot through the covers actually, but Mark Fisher was sweeping on that boundary. So it only seems fair to me that if the batsman can move around in their crease, that they can't put the bowler off, so he then bowls it outside where he could rightly assume the batsman was going to be. So, play a lot of that. There's a helmet coming off with Mark Fisher. 7. So, 1 more to bowl for Nick Hill, it would appear. Connor never fails but to throw himself around in the field. He does love all that. Such a good fielder. And that's Charlie Ward's 50. Yeah, why Wordy's played well. So what's the stats on that then?
71 balls.
71 balls.
7 fours, no sixes.
7 fours, yeah.
Strike rate of 70.
Strike rate of 70. Oh, pretty good. Yeah, he's played very nicely actually, hasn't he? He's sort of grown into it. I still think the best shot was when he shimmied up the wicket and it had hold away through mid-wicket. That was a lovely shot. I don't think Ed enjoyed it, but we all enjoyed it, didn't we? But yeah. A big appeal again. Had quite a few more people join in. And Johnny Sykes had his head on his hands at mid-off. Guess he got a slightly better view than some, but not that good. But, anyway, not given. Haven't had an LBW in this game, have we? I haven't had any really massive appeals. It was about as big as it's got. Just a single there out to cover. Well, that's a lovely shot there. That's 4 more. So 107 for 5 off 25, Blagdon 2. So 10 overs to go. They need 74 to win. So that, you never know. So certain Jeremy Board is at the crease at the moment. I think he can play a bit, can't he?
Although he is on his way back from a hip replacement.
Is he?
Why he's not playing
I did wonder when I heard he was going to be playing in the twos.
Yeah, it's 5th or 6th game back.
Right.
He's still
feel like a new man with a new hip.
Yeah.
Yeah, good player.
Yeah.
Nice bloke too.
Yeah, he is lovely. Yeah.
He's in with Theo Kitchen.
All right, yeah. Our
keeper.
Young keeper, yeah.
So that's a cracking name, isn't it?
It
Theo Kitchen.
Yeah.
Does he ever throw the kitchen sink at it? When he bats?
I think he's relatively sensible batting wise, but his nickname is the Chef.
The Chef. Well, naturally enough, yes. Yeah. Master Chef. Yeah. He's into them. They're both in their 20s. There's a nice partnership going on. There's there. So last wicket fell at 70, so they're
Okay.
right. Where's that gone?
I saw it. Thanks.
No, just a one bounce four.
Yeah.
Can't really. It's very difficult to pick up the ball now in this gloom.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I'm not saying it's bad light, but it's not easy light for spectating.
No.
This is where watching the pink ball is not easy. Now Mark Brown is giving it the old warm-up act. Now, he's a little better than an occasional bowler, but that's four. This has got the feeling of a game that's going to end very, very quickly, actually, now. 146 for 2. 75 needed. Lots of time.
4.6 and over, so
Certainly the
the run rate.
Barrow's heads have gone down a little here. You can see the body language now. There's lots of hands on hips. In fact, if you look round the circle, almost virtually everybody's got hands on hips before the ball's delivered. There's not a lot of positivity. That's the end of a long spell for Nick Heel. 8 overs.
1 for 54.
1 for 54. Not something to write home about there. Personally, I'd bring back the opening bowlers at this stage on the grounds that this it continues at this rate. It's good night Vienna. So, got to try and take a couple of wickets. Got to try and sneak, particularly Ward, who's been the glue here. Need to get him out. Been a funny old year for Barrow Gurney. First they started here back, seems like forever, first week of May, when goodness knows we didn't know whether anyone was even going to play. It's been awfully wet throughout all April and whatever. So another 4 there, nice shot.
150 up as well.
So 150 up now. Yeah, we started back in May with the Bristol Lions here. That was a very disappointing game. Barrow bowled out for 118, lost. Well, didn't lose that comfortably. They lost by I think 4 wickets in the end. Dropped a couple of catches. They could easily have put more pressure on Bristol Lions, but and then struggled in the first game against Uni Staff. When they went through a bit of a purple patch in the middle of the season and played rather nicely. Got a good result out at Blagdon when they played there, and certainly in brilliant results against Bedminster and Winterbourne, both home and away. But that inconsistency, it's been there throughout the season. Not today, there haven't been the drop catches, but on other days there's been rather too many dropped. 1 or 2 players not made the most of the situation. Guy Fisher again. My goodness me, you'd think he'd have to have hit the stumps by now. That would have been very close, I think, if he'd hit. He was just a bit slow starting off there, Charlie Ward, wasn't he? It was you can just tell he was on his heels, and he got through in the end. Oh, he's had some good days here, and with the 2s. And some quite fun times, some comedy fielding, and well, there's an enforced bowling change at this end because, it's going to be Mark Fisher. I think that's got to be the right call. It may be too little too late, but it's the only real option I think Connor has. And, that would have been my call. That probably would have been my call about 4 or 5 overs ago at this end, but Mark Fisher's one of those bowlers that in the good old days that some of our former players will remember, he would have bowled 23 overs from this end while somebody bowled 22 from the other. In those days where you didn't have to have 5 bowlers. But I think cricket's all the better for the fact more people have to participate. I'm not entering a lot of the old scorecards, and you see that. You see somebody, somebody from like on the Barrow side, somebody like the great Norman Moody or Jerry Whedon. They bowl themselves seemingly for half the afternoon, and very difficult. And they obviously did very well, but you never know what others might have done because they never got a look in. And when those were in the days where sort of 4 or 5 people would bat, a couple of people would bowl, and the rest made up the numbers really, and regularly batted 9-10 jack and didn't contribute a great deal other than turning up. But carved away for a single. Of course, in the good old days, they apparently used to send out the invites to the games, the selection by postcard, and people would receive them on a sort of a Thursday morning by post to know that they were playing on the Saturday. And if they couldn't get 11 players, they go down to the old Prince's Motto, of course now closed, and drag a couple of locals out of there to make up the numbers. But yes, so it's not so easy to do now in the days of registration. Do you do all the registration for Blagdon?
I do.
Yeah,
Yes,
I thought you.
yes.
I thought you did.
It can be quite cumbersome sometimes.
It's not very easy now with this with people having to register themselves on play cricket.
Yeah, 'cause you can't.
4-leg buys there, by the way.
Yeah, you can't just create an account for them and register.
You
them
can't.
straight away. They've got
So
to
the
provide proper date of birth and address and.
Because I know that some of the people, like the lads from Salford Fairway, are a quite nice group of people. I've umpired them a few times. They're still of the mindset that we have to go down the pub and get a couple of players on a Friday night. Well, you can't do that anymore.
Well, no, you can't.
Because unless those couple of players happen to be registered or are willing to go home and do it after a few pints, they're not going to. You're not going to get them sorted out by Saturday lunchtime.
True, and they also remove the registration if they haven't played for the last 2 years.
Yes.
Even though you may have registered someone a few years back, that's now gone. So you've got to do it all again.
Exactly. Oh my word, that's a super hit.
Oh, it was, yeah. Straight to the guy down there.
Only going to be a single. I thought Ben Hodges made as if he was going to try and catch it one-handed, but I don't think he got anywhere near it at short mid-wicket, and it went directly to the man behind him on the boundary. So 160 for 2 off 26. Yeah, I was trying to register somebody for 2 weeks ago. We were short. I mean, he did a friend of Phil Milton's actually played. I don't know whether you're listening, Will, but it was really good of you to play. Hope you're going to play next season for us. But it took us about half a day to get him registered, but because between him trying to navigate the play cricket system, find us on it, and then apply to join us, and he kept messaging me saying, "Well, I think I've done it," and I'm going back saying, "Well, I haven't got anything here to accept you." But we got there in the end, and only, unfortunately, to be given an absolute shocking decision. He did, bless him. Yes, it was one of those. Well, one doesn't want to be critical of umpires, but it was. And I won't say we were playing against, but the ball appeared to go through about shin high, and he played a sort of cut shot at waist high. Everybody went up. There was a long delay, and then the umpire gave him out, and he clearly didn't get within a. I was umpiring at square leg actually. Didn't get. Well, yeah, it was one of those really. I mean, there may have been a noise, but it can't have been bat on ball because he was playing high and the ball was low. Another wide. Well, Well, some of the wide. Meanwhile, at Blagdon, Jeremy Bald's retired, not out for 30, which has prompted a bit of a collapse as Kieran Owen's taken a couple of quick wickets. 122 for 7 off 28, so that's now looking a bit more of a struggle there. There's big Sam Mitchell. Oh, that's gone through his legs. That's going to go for a single. No, Johnny Sykes isn't terribly happy about that. Made amends this time. Oh, that's a lovely shot. On drive. Maybe he didn't time it as well as he might, but he's got 2 good runs there. Well, the radar is in need of fixing here. How many wides have we given away?
There's 22 now.
22 wides. Yes.
4 in this over so far as well.
I suppose you can't easily tell how many there were in the when Blagdon were bowling.
So we only bowled 12.
Right.
There were 13 extras in total.
Oh, really? Only 13 extras?
Yeah, so there's no leg buys or buys.
It was a very tidy performance by the keeper. It was relatively unspectacular. You didn't sort of notice him, which is usually a good sign, isn't it, for keepers? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it's just been a difficult year for keepers. You know, for Barrow, we've had Ben Hodges has been the first team keeper. He's been injured the last 3 or 4 weeks. Jordan Allen, who was a second team wicket keeper, he moved up for a while, then broke a finger, so he's been out. So obviously Bernie's no longer keeping because of our hands. Fergus Skinner, who's a new guy, joined us this year. Done very well with the bat. He's also kept. Now that's in the air, and that's going to be caught. No, Mark Fisher's put it down. Oh dear, oh dear. And that's oh dear. He can't believe that he got to it. He takes his hat off in a really. He's livid with himself. You can see.
He did well to get there.
Yeah, he did the hard part.
He did, yeah.
He got there. He came racing in from. Well, out of vision here we are in the commentary box and got both hands to it. Oh, look at him. He's looking heavenward. Yeah, the cricketing gods were not with you there, but it's got the feel of one of those games that's just not going to go Barrow's way, whatever now. Mark Brown is desperate to have a bowl. He's doing, as I say, he's no more than well, he's probably a little better than a part-time bowler, but he's not... he doesn't regularly bowl, let's put it that way. Most games he plays, he doesn't bowl. But he has bowled in a couple of games and isn't a bad bowler, to be fair. He certainly used to take wickets as a junior. So maybe he's just trying to keep warm in the cold. Oh, well, that is caught. That is caught spectacularly at backward point, and it's that man Josh Yelland again. Well, that's amazing. he's caught some fantastic catches this season. Wasn't previously, before this year, thought of as a standout fielder, but he's fielded really well this year, taking some great catches at slip, and that one was at a sort of a backward point gully position. It was hit low, and well, just think, if Mark Fisher had caught the catch at the other end, it would have been the same batsman, though. It was the same batsman, wasn't it, who was dropped? I think it was.
Yes, I think
so it didn't make a lot of difference. And
right.
right, who have we got now then?
This is Ed Dean.
Ed Dean, he bowled, didn't he? Yep.
He did bowl and caught a bowl and a catch.
Yep. So he's been given a briefing by Charlie Ward. So that's a wicket for Mark Fisher. Maybe that's why he dropped the catch one end and then takes the wicket himself. So I'll have a look in a minute and see how Mr. Tabraze is doing. He certainly needs a couple to equal him. That's if Tabraze doesn't take any wickets today. So. How many overs has Mark Fisher got left?
So 2 after this one, 5.2
2 more. So he could get a couple. No run there. I think that he's probably had his opportunity. Tabraze took 2 wickets today, so I think that puts him 3 ahead currently. 2 for 19 off 7 he took. That's as Pack Bristolians demolished Frenchay first 11. 108 all out Frenchay. 112 for 5 in reply. That's an early finish there. And I think that will mean that Pack Bristolians go up to the Premier, to the Weppel. Interesting, with Frenchay, so there was the top 2 played each other.
Right.
So Frenchay were well ahead and still are.
Right.
And Pack Bristolians, well, they were vying with Bristol Pakistanis.
Okay.
But they're not any longer. That 20-point win there sort of means that they will be going up to the Weppel. Claverham and Whitchurch will be coming down from senior division. That's all was all decided before today. So they will go into Div 1. Poor Claverham have a difficult season. I was talking to their chairman, Keith Miles, and lost 1 or 2 players, a couple of injuries. This is Mark Brown. Yeah, this is Mark Brown, who's been warming up for a long time, hadn't he?
Yep.
So the first division's still interesting. Golden Hill 2s have gone up, and Portishead and Lodway are within 2 points of each other. And Lodway are struggling. Portishead game isn't being live scored, so we don't know what's going to happen there. And Hambrook and Winterbourne 2s are already down, so from that division. Well, I'm liking the exaggerated follow-throughs from Charlie Ward. He's becoming a bit of a caricature of himself now. Top of Division 2, but Bristol West Indies and Bath thirds as well. They're already up, so not much to play for at that end of the division. And Twyford House 2s and Brislington 2s were already down, so that was all over before today. Division 3, what happens there might have some bearing on this division next year. Bristol 3's certainly already up. They looked a good side when we played them here last year. They went up, as well have gone up 2 years running. Frampton Cotterell and Pakistani Express were, well, and Backwell Flax weren't totally out of it. They're fighting it out today. Backwell Flax got a 15-point win. Did they? I think that'll be it. They must have got a 20-point win there. Well, Chew Valley and Bradley Stoke 2s are pretty much certain to come down. At least a nice place to play.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, definitely.
So to lose a trip to, say, Dunkerton and gain one to Chew Magna is a bit easier for everybody.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Pretty ground at Dunkerton. It's just the playing surface itself isn't great. Mark Fisher continuing. Oh, he's managed to get that through. Sam Mitchell's in pursuit, but I think it might beat him. Oh, no, he's just got there. Come back for 2. Groundsman Pete Holdaway having a chat with son Ed down there on the boundary. Ed doing the double teapot while propping up the picket fence. It's well fielded. So coming up into our division and into Division 4 is definitely going to be Bristol Aces and yeah, I think they're predominantly Asian team. Play up at the Bower Club, I think. I think they play up there, and then Carson's another team sort of up that way north of Bristol's. Although that's not necessary. Pucklechurch are also in the mix there, so that was. Those games aren't being scored, so we don't know. So there is a possibility. It's going to be 2 of those 3 with the Aces in the pole position, as you'd expect with a name like Ace, really.
Yes,
So Mark Fisher continuing in search of that elusive 3 wickets to try and catch up Mr. Tabraze, but he's not going to, I don't think. That's down the leg side, an anguished shout.
Oh,
146 all out Blagdon 2s, I'm told.
right,
So
okay, so
looks like
yeah.
Barrow 2s are going to win, which I don't think Barrow 1s are. That was a good diving effort. That was Nick Heel there, I think, diving full length, and he was unlucky. I'm not sure how much of a hand he got on it. Difficult to tell whether it was even catchable from here, but it was a good effort. The reactions of others suggested it might have been catchable, but oh, now that's hurt Phil Milton, I think. I think he might have got that one on the finger end. He was telling me before the game that he's being a school teacher, back to work on Monday. Looking forward to a couple of inset days before he's let loose on the children, or vice versa. Oh, he's got all of that. That's 4 runs. Super shot. Super shot. Just pirouetted and hit the ball away nicely through backward square leg. Well, Mark Brown really fizzed that one through. I think that's hit Phil Milton on the thigh. You see the wars there a bit. I noticed that it is the lot of a wicket keeper, but he stood up to Mark Brown, probably because predominantly his pace doesn't warrant him standing back, but he is capable of bowling a much quicker ball. It looked a little high as well, but this time it was the batsman who took the force of the ball on the thigh, not the keeper. Yeah, that's fizzed through. That's going to be wides. 5 of those. And this adds to the massive extras tally. And this has been a problem. 48 extras. That's a real problem at this level. And, well, it's not been Barrow's finest day today. I think we can safely say that. That's short. Well, that's 4 more. Well, that's caused so much excitement and barking here in the commentary box. Definitely worth a bark, that one. It was a good shot. That's a lovely shot. Well, it's just dismissed from his sight there. Well, it's got the feel of that end of term feel about it. The end of the summer, the end of the league season. There's obviously a few more games just to wrap up the season. A couple of beer matches and tour games. It's another lovely shot. Even Mark Fisher's looking tired after a long season, in which, to be fair, he's bowled magnificently. And this is not really ending on as a true reflection of how well he or the Barrow bowling attack as a whole has done. But yeah, the heads have gone down as a realisation that they're not going to win this game, and it's about getting to the end of the season, I think, and a bit of a shame. But my word, there's some players who on this pitch who've got a real lot to be grateful for this season, and have done themselves and Barrow Gurney proud, if not necessarily today, but there you are. So on this last game of the season, Barrow won the toss. Connor Jones won the toss, elected to bat first. Sam Mitchell made a fairly long and painstaking knock for him of 76, up the scoring rate after drinks, but played nicely. Was the backbone of the innings. Mark Brown made a very pleasant 22 before he hit a long up straight back to the bowler. No one was more surprised than him. Josh Yelland, probably that was the best knock of the Barrow innings. Only made 65, but he played beautifully. 3 lovely sixes, 5 of the boundaries. Run a ball innings. There was contributions at the end of the innings with Ed Holdaway and Ben Hodges. But although the scoring rate had improved dramatically, Barrow stuttered the last 2 or 3 overs to 220 for 8, which they felt was probably a reasonable total given the state of the pitch. There were 4 wickets for Michael Duckworth, a wicket apiece for Robert Patch and Ed Dean, 2 wickets for the left-arm spin of David Brooks. In reply, Blagdon got off to an excellent start. Up with a run rate, 92 opening partnership before Sam Barlow went for 34. Caught very well off at a sort of fly-slip position off Johnny Sykes. Charlie Ward, well, he's been there since the start and has never really looked in any trouble at all and played beautifully. 73 now off 93 balls and 11 fours, and wow, what a young prospect he is. He's played very nicely indeed. Toby Barlow, well, he made 24 and enjoyed a reasonable partnership with Charlie Ward, and well, with 8 overs to go, there was only 32 more runs needed. 22 now. So 22 more. Sorry, that's 199. My eyes are blurring. Trying to look at my screen, and looking up at the scoreboard. My eyes are blurring. It's 22 more runs to go. 8 overs to come. Guy Fisher coming back at the Buckham Village end to finish off the innings. So I've given you the summary of the game slightly ahead of time because I just want to say what a privilege it has been to be with you on commentary throughout most of the season. And I know those of you who can't get up to the ground, those of you who just want to watch a bit while you're at home, or those former players with caring responsibilities who can't be here, I know how much you've enjoyed it, and thank you for putting up for me on these afternoons, rabbiting on to myself or to Matt, as I have been today. And he's been very good that he hasn't I haven't driven him start raving bonkers, and he hasn't left the commentary box. So that's the 200 up for Blagdon. that shot. 200 for 3 in the 33rd over. I think it's been a real added bonus for the club having this coverage this season, and especially for the 150th anniversary and for the MCC game and for the B&D game. Right, we're getting a slip coming in now for a Guy Fisher. That's Josh Yelland. So he immediately bowls a full toss, but no, he's all right. It's no run there. So undoubtedly there's going to be a few changes over the coming months, and I don't know whether we'll be having this sort of coverage for next year, and it would be nice if we were, but it's been very special having it for the anniversary year. I hope also our sponsors have enjoyed the shout outs that they've been getting. Thank you very much, of course, to Buckham, who provide us with many of our bar supplies here, and also sponsor us and sponsor the Buckham Village End. Well, you can always tell when the game's up. Josh Yelland's coming on to have a bowl. Had the opportunity, the MCC, of bowling the solitary over before lunch, which you give to the sort of, the chap you hope's going to be the golden arm and get you a wicket, who doesn't normally bowl. And so that is Josh. Mind you, he batted well and taken a couple of good catches, so fair play. Maybe it's his day. So he's bowling some sort of spin, and that's gone for 4. 204. So yes, thank you very much to Buckham, to Lily Sided, who sponsor our player of the match. I guess that could well be Josh Yelland today for Barrow, but we'll wait and find out. Thank you to CI Connect, who sponsored the MCC game, which was a very special day, very successful. To Lenovo and Lawton Brothers, MJ Patch & Co, and Capio, our shirt sponsors. And also to Talk Club, who sponsor our catch of the match, which probably will also go to Josh Yelland today, because he took two very good catches. So without sponsors like them and people willing to invest and support village cricket, this sort of thing would not be possible. Nor would it be possible without all the volunteers, those that have helped on the ground throughout the season, those who have helped in the pavilion, helped behind the bar, behind the scenes, doing the admin, sorting out the finances. Like, I guess Blagdon's probably much the same. Like many village clubs, this club relies on a handful of very dedicated people who give a lot of their time and are often underappreciated. We give thanks to them. They know who they are, so I don't need to embarrass them by naming them. But we're also very grateful for the support of those who come up and watch each week. Friends, wives, girlfriends, boyfriends, dogs, former players, which makes the club the club it is, really. Playing in this special place, which is Hobbs Lane, it has beautiful ground, lovely setting. It's 208 for 3 now. And we are really just watching the last rites of this game. There's another wide. Might win it with extras. 53 extras. Well, yeah, that's shockingly poor, but that doesn't reflect, as I say, what's happened throughout the rest of the season. That was a double bouncer no ball, wasn't it? He certainly took a huge puff of dust as he tried to dig it out on the second bounce. So just remembering, we do still have 150th anniversary events to go in this special year. We've got the quiz Friday night, 7:30 up here at the Pavilion. Rich Miz the quiz. We've got the dinner at Knoll Golf Club on Saturday the 21st, and awards evening, so do please come along for that. But you do need to book, and you need to pay in the next week or so if you're coming. So please remember that. We'll have our AGM in November, your chance to have your say over the future of the club and who should be running it and who should be the captains for next season. Guy Fisher being hit through the covers there. Only going to get 2 though. I thought it had gone for 4. Bit of a staggering attempt down at deep extra from Ben Hodges. No run there. Nikhil's quickly in. 211 for 3, so only 10 more needed now. Well, for the last few years I've been privileged to spend most of my summers up here at Hobbs Lane, either on a Saturday or in the week doing various things. It'll be time for me to take a bit of a step back in the years to come, and I hope that others will step up to volunteer. It's good to go out on a successful year with promotion for our 2s. Well deserved, and congratulations to Peter Rooney and his men and women, who've played an equally important part actually in the success, with the half centuries, 2 or 3 half centuries for Bernie Forge, 3 or 4 for Ellie Holdaway, and wickets for Charlotte Huntley as well in the 2s. So really good effort from all those who played in the 2s. And thank you to those who were not able to always get selected in the 2s, but have stayed around to help us when we need them, when availability is low in the summer. Right then, is Sam Mitchell going to have a bowl? It seems to be a case of everyone might as well have a bowl before the end of the season. Sam's going to bowl some sort of leg spin. So we'll see what that's like. Bowler number 9, right. Okay, who's missed out? Who's number 10 then? Who hasn't bowled? Obviously Phil Milton hasn't bowled, but Ben Hodges, well, he can bowl. He probably won't get on. He used to bowl when he was a junior, before he started keeping wicket. So next week, hopefully we'll have 2 friendly games against Offchurch and Axbridge on Saturday and the Sunday. Still looking for players for those though, so if you want to have a game, and please make yourself known. I have to say that's one thing I won't miss about my role at the club, is chasing players to play in friendly fixtures. That it's 4 more, 4 buys, 216 now for 3. Then we've got the double wicket competition, and there's going to be a long old winter until we start indoor nets on the 18th of February, I think, Tuesday evenings at the Downs School. And we hope to welcome some new players as we say goodbye to 1 or 2 stalwarts who are moving on at the end of this season. Well, Sam Mitchell's giving it the big appeal. So I'd like to thank Matt for being with me today and putting up with me rabbiting on and giving me all the facts and figures, and for scoring. It's certainly a relief to have somebody else helping on the scoring, as that's gone away for 4. That'll be a scores level. Because trying to commentate and do the scoring at the same time, which I have done over the last few weeks, has been quite challenging, shall we say. Particularly when it all goes wrong, which it occasionally does. And you suddenly find you've got the wrong batsman at the wrong end. But we just about got there. So my thanks to you for joining me, and all the other guests who've popped into the commentary box throughout the summer. My thanks to Josh Hall, my producer, and for doing all the techie stuff. For really excelled himself on the MCC game. We had so much wiring. I thought we were going to blow the national grid, but we had cameras, we had PA systems, we had you name it, we had it, and flashing stumps, and that was a really good day, really highlight of the year, and it's made it extra special that it's been recorded for posterity. I've enjoyed my stint as a commentator, very much as an amateur, still available for offers. As Terry Wogan always used to say, still available for Panto, but there we go. And we hope that you've enjoyed watching the coverage on a Saturday afternoon from Hobbs Lane, or watching it back to see how you did or didn't do. It looks like we're not going to get our 10th bowler, because Guy Fisher's going to continue. And that was an edge, and I think that hit Josh Yellen on the ankle, or the ankle bone. He certainly looks at a bit of pain. Definitely don't think he got a hand to it. So possibly go down as a chance. But he's it's definitely, I think he's got him right on the ankle. That flew off the edge, didn't it? So he's hopping around. Oh, he's hopping mad, I think it'd be fair to say. Johnny Sykes comes into position now. And Guy Fisher's looking at the umpires. This is like, go on, give that a wide and we can all go home. But the umpire's probably thinking, well, we can't really end it with a wide. It's a bit of a... Yeah. Well, that's got to be, surely. I mean, he's bowling it because we're bowling it wider and away. He'll be bowling it at extra cover in a minute. I mean, there's a... Well, that's well bowled. Oh, hang on. A belated shout for a stumping. I think trying to catch Charlie Ward sleeping there. Mind you, he's played very well. 79 not out. He's going to finish pretty much on that. Shame we didn't make enough runs to enable him to get 100. Has he made 100 before?
He hasn't. No. Well, not senior.
Not a senior 100. Oh, it would have been a shame. But there he is. Oh no. I was just gonna... There we are. He's gonna have to wait another. That was a maiden, was it? Yeah. Oh my goodness me. Oh well, how many overs? 3 overs to go.
Yeah.
So 3 maidens. That would put us in an interesting position.
Yeah.
Well, we're hoping that the players who are playing over at Blagdon, once they've had a quick drink over there and said their farewells, will join us here for a end of term beverage or two to relive memories of the past year and have a think about who are going to be winning all those awards. Seems that the final run is the hardest. To be the title of a song, doesn't it? Like the first cut is the deepest, isn't it? All that, but the final run is the hardest. That's all right. So one needed off 16 balls.
Run rate.
And that is that. Well played to Blagdon. Sporting visitors and good friends as always. It's always wonderful to see them here, and we hope to... Well, we'll be seeing them again next season. I think it'd be fair to say we're both going to end up in this division again. Division 4, the mighty Division 4, but a nice division it is generally to be in. Decent standard of cricket and some nice teams and nice places to go. So we'll see you next season, Matt, all being well. And although Barrow's season goes out with a whimper rather than with a bang, hopefully they'll can look back on happier times in the past games and a good performance over the whole season. And as I say, it's good that the twos have got promoted, and so there's something there to celebrate too. So on a dull evening and quite chilly evening here at Hobbs Lane, the league season comes to an end. As I say, come up and watch some cricket maybe next week and the Saturday after. Some friendly games and the double wicket, but as the players shake hands, it's time for me, Mark Forge, to say my goodbyes and say how much, once again, I've enjoyed being with you on a Saturday afternoon, and we'll see what next season brings. But until I see you again, I hope you keep well, hope you winter well, get ready for the next season, enjoy the test matches, which are still to go. Looks like England in a strong position in the Sri Lanka game. We've got the Pakistan series to come. And hope to see you at the AGM, if not before. So, with no further ado, and with thanks to the Blagdon team who are having their team photo just about to be taken outside the commentary box, we're going to let these collie dogs free so they can have a bit of a run around and stretch their legs and sign off here from, possibly for the final time. This is Barrow Gurney Television, coming live from Hobbs Lane.